The world's best high-performance sailors in Scotia, Canada. 280 sailors are battling it out over 6 days medal race final, where the top 3 will fill the podium. The men's 49er and women's 49er FX are 2 of the most athletically and aerobically challenging skiffs in the sailing world. And the Nacra 17, sailed with a mixed female and male team, is a high-performance captain capable of hydrofoiling at speeds over 55 kilometers per hour. The championship for the super kilometers per hour. The championship for the super enthusiastic volunteers Community Sailing Association in a beautiful seaside town of less than 1,000 people. This is the most important regatta of the season for these athletes as they work towards Olympic glory at the Paris 2024 Games, less than Canada.
Day 4 of the Worlds here in Hubbards, Nova Scotia, and hello to you wherever you're watching in the world. We look forward to bringing you some great action today on the water in St Margaret's Bay. Hi, my name's Andy Rice, and with Lisa Ross and with Chris Musler, we're going to be commentating on that action, and Chris is going to be getting some interviews in the park as and when he gets the opportunity. So let's firstly, Lisa, talk about the weather. What's in store? It's the second day of autumn, 2nd of September. You call it fall. What's happening?
Well, today it's a little warmer this morning and nice clear skies. We have a little bit of a lighter northerly starting in the morning, and all of the weather models that I've seen looks like the sea breeze is going to come in today. So yesterday we had a very shifty, very puffy, unstable northerly that was tricky on the race course. Today we're going to see a little bit more of that sea breeze that we saw on day 2 of the racing. We'll see how strong it gets. The models don't look like it's going to get as strong as it did on day 2, but we can have our fingers crossed and hope that we'll get another Bay Day.
Right, Chris, the impression I got from the people that you spoke to in the boat park yesterday was that when they came ashore, people were sort of a bit down, and that they were probably surprised, some of them, to find out that they'd actually moved up the order. It seemed like it was one of those confusing days where it was snakes and ladders all day, and it was tough.
Yeah, we found out in all 3 fleets when we talked to the sailors. We're like, well, hey, the sailor we just talked to had a real deep race, middle of the fleet race that they came back from being really deep, and then won top 10 and felt horrible, but wound up, like you said, moving up through the ranks. They're like, yeah, we had the same thing, but we just missed that one top 10 finish. So it was like that for just about everyone in the fleet, except for 1 or 2 exceptions. In the 49er, which I was following really closely, is Logan Dunning-Beck and Oscar Gunn. They had I think it was a 6-1-8-1, which is a pretty decent scoreline, but on a day like yesterday, they won the day clearly. So it just shows you the kind of day it was.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Lisa, the great benefit for us yesterday was with all that fluky, funky stuff. We saw some people come through that we didn't necessarily expect to see. Let's talk about the Nacra 17, because we're not actually going to be seeing them today. We're alternating two of the classes of the 3 that we've got here through every day of commentary. So the Nacra 17, that was fascinating yesterday, and for the Americans, Sarah Newberry and David Lee, a particularly good day for them.
Yeah, they sailed a great day. They were one of the most consistent boats by far. The one was a walk away, and they did a great job of moting and race by far. So that was the race where they spent the most time off the foils. So clearly they have something, I think, dialed in and figured out there. And and even with their race that wasn't in the top 10, they still were in the hunt. So they had a great score line, and they moved all the way up to 11th. So they're in the hunt for top 10, which is and shout out to the moms. Good job, Sarah.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? I'm always impressed when someone can combine Olympic campaigning to the level that they are and be a mum as well. That's super impressive. But my question to you is, we saw finally Tetra and Banti lose their straight run of wins, but that was yesterday. The Italian fell to a 20th, but then followed up with 2 firsts. They're still counting nothing but first, 20th. In today's conditions, do you think anyone can hold a candle to Tetra and Banti? Because today's going to be a boat speed race.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on where we are with the sea breeze. It does look like it could be lighter, but I possibly by the time the Nakras are out there, maybe the first race might be a little bit more like as far as having a bigger groove, picking the type of mode they want to sail on the and they're so consistent in that stuff that they're
Yeah, they're pretty scary for anybody else in the Nacra fleet. We're going to be talking about the 49ers later on this afternoon. You've already mentioned Logan Bobeck and Oscar Gunn, who climbed up to 3rd overall yesterday, and it was good for the other Kiwis as well. Isaac McHardy and Will McKenzie, 9.831, and funnily enough, it was only those 2 Kiwis that kept all their 4 scores in the top 10. So the New Zealanders seem to have a on those weird conditions yesterday. But talking about boat speed, who do you rate in a?
So obviously they've got something under the hood, and you know, Pete Burling and Blair Tuke, who are so dominant. But I would still keep an eye out for a second. That, you know, that was the only place where there wasn't a lot of in first and second. So between the Boteen and Triddle Paul, for them it's really all about the start. They said they actually had a great time, even though they didn't win one of those races where they had a good start. They're really fast. They said, you know, yesterday wasn't a boat speed race, but when it comes time for boat speed, I really think Boteen and Florian Triddle Paul really have the wheel and what it takes. I think this, to me, they feel like confident enough to take anyone that's going to.
I agree with you. I also think that Shimei and Miho Fatela from Croatia are ones to watch. And we are just about to, the fact that China yesterday, for the first time ever, won a race in a world championship. That was Zhao Yuhu and Shuibin Yu. So fantastic performance. Those poles.
They were quite consistent, and they really dialed in, and they waited for their moment. It wasn't a fluke out. I think they had great patience. They made it work, and so that was really impressive sailing by both the Chinese.
But you have to adapt. The playing field is always different every day that you go sailboat racing. We all know that, and today we at the start and holding your lane. It's going to. Let's see if we're proven wrong. Either way, it's going to be a lot of fun. So we look forward to bringing that action in just a few minutes from now. That is the view as we see it now. It's a little bit glassier than we would hope to see. We already had an hour's delay from what we from the scenario as you see it. You're a big optimist. Thermal sea breezes in Nova Scotia. Tell us why. Tell us if we should still be optimistic.
You can see at the very, very top of your screen there, up by the mountain, high up, see all the way up to Peggy's Cove and the Aspatagan, and that's the mouth of the bay. Stark line all the way across, and that is the sea breeze. So currently the boats are in this little tiny thermal generation down at the bottom, and then there's a zone where there's really no breeze, but the true sea breeze is touching down offshore, and it actually touches down all across the southwest side of the province, and it goes from top to the province, and so it's a big sea that goes all the way along the shore, and the beautiful St. Mark's to move down, hits the sailors here sitting waiting for that breeze, then we'll
Helicopter, and now we've got a that's relatively affordable. And I'm just wondering, there are drones and get that bird's side view themselves?
No, not in an event like this. So, you know, coaches have been using drones for work line and strategy. Great tool to have. You know, you're really stuck with what you can on the water, and some quite far. So we're able to see up the shore there.
Peggy's left. That how?
Peggy's Cove left, I would say 20 kilometers away, in and around that range, and then the Aspatagan is the right hand shore there.
Right. And how many great white sharks are there in there today?
Yeah. So we've been watching the OSIC, the sharks. I still see that there's two kind of somewhere in this South Shore range. An adult, he's Scott. It's about I think 1,500 pounds, and then there's a juvenile male, Hedgie, and he's in and around 600 pounds.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of other sea life as well. We should. Seals, I understand, you describe them as French fries for the great white shark community. So as long as there's lots of French fries around, these sailors have no reason to be concerned. It's like pickled onions to sharks, don't they?
We have a lot of seals in Nova Scotia. If you talk to any of the fishermen around here, they'd be the bane of their existence, because there's a lot of seals. You know, there's not enough sharks to keep the seal population down, which is actually an issue. So so we're happy to have the sharks here, and you know, sharks' number one food source is the seals, and there's lots of them. And Mickey whale in the bay yesterday. So there's sunfish out there. There's lots of sea life in this healthy bay.
And sunfish, they don't look like the smartest fish in the sea. I don't know if that's being unfair to them, but they get mistaken for sharks sometimes. Is that correct?
Yeah, and we actually saw one when we were training with my sixth group here in July. Yeah, I think they get that view of them not being very smart because they seem like they're quite lazy. They get their name because they on the top of the water, and they're really not all that worried. They're very not that worried. And they actually have a fin that they hold up in the water and they use that as a little bit of a sail to just kind of hang out, and they kind of put it in the a little bit with that. It does so come up to a sunfish, and you think you're coming up to a shark, and then you see it's this docile creature just under the water.
Right. One of the great reasons for coming to Nova Scotia, which looks so beautiful in this image now, is the prevalence of sea life and that connection with nature generally, whether you're on the water or whether you're on the land. It really is a beautiful part of the world, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, you know, I've had the privilege of traveling all over with my sailing career and my coaching career, and but there's no home, and there really isn't. I mean, it's been nice to be able to host, you know, people that I've known for years and have them actually come and see Nova Scotia. You know, they can see the greenery, and you can see it here. There's lots of forest. There's clean water. You know, there's a real sense of community here, and it's been really nice to have everybody come and see it. You know, it's not a secret anymore.
No, this is the problem with this event. The whole world is watching.
Yeah.
Already it's been quite difficult to find accommodation at times because it's got really popular this summer, partly because of the post-COVID effect and things like that. But Nova Scotia is keen on welcoming visitors from around the world, and I mean, it's been absolutely breathtaking for me. My first trip to Canada, any part of Canada, but to see this as it is has been a real privilege. And I was asking Bobeck and Netzler, who currently are leading the 49er FX World Championship, if this feels anything like Sweden, and they say yes, very reminiscent of home. and they feel very at home here, which maybe is partly why they're winning the World Championships right now.
Yeah, I think Northern Europe, the smaller communities, very attached to the water and to nature. Fishing communities, I mean, that's what Nova Scotia is all about, and so I could see that that connection with kind of any of the Scandinavian countries, or some of the countries that have a little bit of a less population, so that you can get that kind of connection and a little bit of wilderness as well.
Let's talk about the racing as and when it gets going, because hopefully, as you predicted, Lisa, the dark water will stretch down towards the race area that we're looking at now. This is the 49er FXs that we're waiting. 3 races of them, followed by 3 races of the first day of Gold Fleet for the 49er men. It was from a day where they got a 5th in the first race, not too shabby, then a 31st, and then an 18th. So when they came ashore, the last thing on their mind was that they might now be leading the World Championships. You don't normally have a day like that and you've moved to the top of the leaderboard. Going on yesterday.
Well, right now we're waiting for southwesterly to come in, and the exact opposite from that sea breeze. Had it coming off the land. The puffs weren't really, so those mixing land breeze, and we have areas of lighter and heavier wind. Those generally come with shifts. But a lot of sailors are very used to that gradient breeze when it's coming and they're rolling a race course, so you can kind of link them together and go from one to the other. But when they're not moving like they were yesterday, you really had to dig in, and you had to really be smart about picking your time. And then as the day changed, they started to move a little bit more, and it actually more stable. So it was a really tricky day yesterday for a lot of the sailors, and it just showed how an inconsistent day actually ended up being more consistent than others, which shocked, I think, a lot of people when they came in and saw the scorecards.
At the start of the day, I don't think we would have predicted a boat in the 49er FX would be doing so well. And so when we saw doing well in the first race, wondering who they are. Xiao found themselves in a match race with the same boat that they've been fighting with in the first race, and that was the Polish team of Alex Melzaka and Sandra Jankowiak. And weirdly, a difficult day, it was the Poles and the Chinese that swapped first and second places in those first 2 races. And meanwhile, the Swedes are now leading, and Adil van Holt and Annette Dutz, who had been leading, were having a shocking day. And we hardly spoke about them all day yesterday. And it really looked like it was going to upset the apple cart. But what it's done is it's compressed the figures. Adil van Aanholt still only 3 points behind the Swedes, but they have closed the gap in 3rd place. Look at the totals. If you count races, including their current discards, let's bring the leaderboard if we can. By the way, 75 for the top 3. So there's absolutely nothing between them, and even with this, we're talking about a points gap of 8 points between the top 3 boats. So there we have it. So on the right-hand side, underneath the Sigma, 44 points for Bobeck and Netzler. For the Dutch in second, 47 points for the Spanish in third, 52. So you see that the top 3 are pretty tightly squeezed. And a really good day for Alex Maloney and Olivia Hobbs. They got a 9.687 yesterday. Only 2 teams, I think, that got all their scores in the top 10.
And the Black and Tidy just behind, sneaked in with all top 10 finishes.
And Brits, they move because they sense of those difficult
And
days.
Roble and Shea.
Oh, yeah.
Second half of the regatta, yeah, a lot more interesting than I thought it might have been after the first 2 days. And, you know, it almost looked like and again with the double points in the medal race, you know, just a little bit outside the hunt and make something happen too. So there's lots and lots of and a they made it interesting.
And Grail and Kunze.
Of anybody in the top 10, they've got a 17. And again, if we have some of those trickier races where, you know, scores get up into the 20s and 30s, that 17 may prove to be a little bit of a weapon in their back pocket.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's dispense with the leaderboard and just get a look at the drone shot again. Do you see any change there yet?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't really look like we're getting much more of a change. I mean, a little bit of, you know, more consistent. Darker water, but we're still in and around that kind of a zone of lighter air, and we want these to. We can see starting to get that clear zone is starting to get a little bit smaller. You can see that the darker zone is getting closer. See the bigger difference between the front of that that zone out by the pressure out by the mouth of the bay, and you can see how dark it is out there. So there's a lot more wind there, and once that comes in and gets on our race course, the breeze will pick up quite a bit. We'll see it get up to 7, 8,
9. To win a race. 26, Ruggero Tita and Caterina Banti from Italy, who have won 8 out of the 9 races so far in the Nacra 17.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we can get the interview that I did with Paul Cayard a couple of days ago. So if we can just bring up that interview that I did with Paul Cayard, it's video number 12. If I can just have some confirmation from the Can we get that video in soon? Just want some confirmation. Okay, so that will come up in a moment. So I did an interview with Paul, who is an ex-Olympian himself, 5th in the games at Athens 2004. You yourself did, Lisa,
yep,
for Canada, and obviously he's a big figure over the last 30 years, as well as the ocean race, and he's now heading up the US charge for, well, LA 2028 in particular. Here's Paul Cayard. Paul Cayard is the Executive Director of US Olympic Sailing. Now, Paul, it's been tough times in the last 30 years for Olympic success, so some people might say this was a poison chalice. I like this because you see great.
For sure, there's opportunity, Andy, and I really took the role on because I was, the 84 team and won my Star Worlds in '88, and grew up in that generation, and skippered our own America's Cup boats, and that's where I come from. And so I took the job on because I want, I think what's going on in the Olympic arena and in other areas of the sport, I think we can do better. So I hope to make a difference, and for me, that would be a great satisfaction.
So here you are in Nova Scotia watching the 49er FX and Nacra Worlds here live. What convinced you to come here to see it in person?
Well, I've been going around to various events. I was in Marseille for our training last month, and yeah, I came here because there's 3 Olympic events here, and we've got 34 athletes and about 10 coaches and 4 or 5 staff. So we've got a 50-person contingent here from Team USA, and we're putting a lot of energy and effort into moving up the ladder in all the classes, and I need to be firsthand. That's why I'm here.
These 3 classes in particular, USA seems to be showing good signs across the 49er, the 49er FX and the Nacra 17. Do you see good direction here?
Well, I've been pleasantly surprised, obviously, this year with the 49 boys have had. We have at least 3 good teams did well into Sofia and Yare, and that didn't go noticed, especially since we didn't even qualify the 49er class. And so with the effort and the results there, and the competitors as well. In Nakra, we have some work to do, but generally we're moving up. And
since you were campaigning, I mean, you went in 2004 to, remind me, where did you finish in the star there? Fifth. So that was just the beginning of, say, years of what we might call the professional era. And it seems since the beginning of the professional era, rather than the highly committed amateur Corinthian sailor, that's where US sailing started to lose dominance. Would you agree with that? And what's changed?
Yeah, 100%. It's not so much that the USA has gone downhill, it's that the rest of the world processes got more serious and basically started to become professional sports franchises in the Olympic arena. And Great Britain is obviously the best example, but Australia has done well too, and Germany, a lot of countries, different ways they slice it, but they have very high impact on the classes they choose to get involved in. So, you know, in a way, to say that the Americans athletes haven't done well isn't fair. It's we have great athletes in America, but we haven't supported them the way they deserve to be supported, and therefore, as the game changed, our athletes weren't able to compete on on their best footing. Let's just put it that way. So my whole goal is to garner more support from them, and at the same time put better organization in place that will operate more efficiently and more effectively to provide them all various types of support, from technology to sports science to coaching and logistics and everything that's required to succeed here.
Is that going to require a complete revolution in the way that US Olympic sailing is funded?
Yes. Basically, we were for the past 10 years or so, we hover around $3.5 to $4 million a year. I know the British are probably on 3 or 4 times that much. And, you know, I've given many interviews on this, and it's not all about the money. The money is a very important piece of the puzzle. You can't live without it, but just because you have money doesn't mean you're going to win. You have to spend the money wisely. You have to devise a good system and processes. You have to build a great organization. I would say we're going to gain as much from money as we're going to gain from efficiency. We've sent too many athletes off to Kiel Week to compete and finish 47th and spend $15,000. That's a waste. That's inefficient. So another big project that I'm working on is building domestic strength in the United States of America. Canadians, we have a lot of Mexican athletes that come to we have a series sponsored by West Marine. We have 6 events in the United States. We just finished up the 2nd year. And, you know, that type of strength in domestically and getting the talent up to the right level to go compete in Kiel Week or Yare, Princess Sophia. So at the same time as I'm going to triple the budget, I'm going to hopefully gain more impact from the dollars that were maybe not being spent well.
Los Angeles in 84, USA 4 gold, 3 silver. Los Angeles 2028, what is a realistic medals an event?
That's what Great Britain did. I think that's the benchmark for quote-unquote dominating the games nowadays. In 84 will never be repeated again by anybody because the whole more medals in LA 20.
So that is a very
sponsors, and there's no reason why the team shouldn't own Long Beach in terms of understanding the conditions, right? That's our home turf. So it's an opportunity not to be squandered. The fact that it's 6 years out kind of fits my timeline. I can't turn this ship around in 2 years. This is a 1,000-foot, cargo ship that we're trying to turn around. So it's going to take a little bit of time. But that timeline, 6 years, fits pretty well. And, if we don't get the 5 medals, I think we'll be damn close. And we'll have put the important pieces in place.
The other big difference is that there are only 2 women competing at the 1984 games. This time round, 50% of the athletes are going to be women. How much has that changed the landscape and your challenge?
Well, it's definitely changed the landscape, and I think it's great for the sport. It helps in a lot of ways. I enjoy the dynamics of having the women around on the team, and we have great female athletes. So. Yeah, it's great. I think 88 was the first time they actually had a female class of boat. It was the women's 470, and actually the United States of America won gold that year in Korea.
Yeah. Paul, thank you very much. Great to hear.
I need it.
Yeah, so 5 medals at LA 2028. Now, Paul Cayard correctly said that you can't turn around that oil tanker in 2 years. Lisa, do you think you can turn around it in 6 years?
Yeah, I mean, the Americans have done a really good job of their Olympic development program, and that bus has been running for quite a while. So they have been developing a pipeline, and with the right systems in place to then help those athletes transition from youth classes and age group classes into the senior world championships like this one. That's the real key. Taking the talent that the Americans have had for quite a while in their youth classes and help them transition and make the big leap into really dominating at the world stage in the senior classes. That's what he's trying to focus on here. And but there's a huge team that needs to be involved with that. And as he was alluding to, being really smart with your dollars, because you can throw a lot of money at something, but if you don't have the right systems in place, the sports science that there, and it needs to be to each individual athlete need as well. So that's really critical.
Like that, to ignore hoping or buying a new boat and hoping that's going to go faster. That must be one of the key things, as you say, maybe USA needs to get better at, to integrate that more.
And I think, in the past, I think working with some of the American sailors, it has individually run and less program driven from the top down. And I think sailors really need, and any athlete really needs, to have a robust behind them that is very individual to organize themselves, to have the right people. That's really what the role of the national sport body is, to put that sport support team. And it's so critical. I mean, when we're talking about all of the beautiful things that we can see from our drone footage, what the sailors do is to pay attention to their modes, their communication, what's going on the race course as far as their placement with the boat. Going on. So that ability to change their focus, be really flexible and have a limited amount of brain power. And so the really good athletes are shifting their focus really, really quickly and really fluidly. And so a lot of work to control that and to bring a certain level on demand. That is what a real performer and a consistent performer is all about. And it's something that you need a lot of help with as an athlete to be really good at that.
I know that to get an interview with our man in the boat park, Chris Museler, so let's see if we can get that fairly soon. But just on the point that you're talking about there, Lisa, a conversation with Gabriele Bruni, a great sailor in his own right. When he was campaigning, I used to race 49ers against him when he was sailing with his brother, Francesco Bruni, a great America's Cup sailor. Gabriele has surely been an integral part of the reason why Italy has been so successful in the Nacra 17 over the last number of years. So about the insights that he gave you.
And the strength of that Italian team, and you know, real key that their ability to have the moding that they have really comes down to time in the boat and training time. You can't get around having hours in the boat, and just knowledge of what you need to do exactly in the moment comes from that training. And his philosophy is that I need to
The world's best high-performance sailors are competing at the 49er, 49er FX, and Nacra 17 World Championships here in Nova Scotia, Canada. 280 sailors are battling it out over 6 days to reach the 10-boat medal race final, where the top 3 will fill the podium. The men's 49er and women's 49er FX are two of the most athletically and aerobically challenging skiffs in the sailing world. And the Nacra 17, sailed with a mixed female and male team, is a high-performance catamaran capable of hydrofoiling at speeds over 55 kilometers per hour. The championship for these 3 Olympic classes is hosted by a group of super enthusiastic volunteers at Hubbard's Community Sailing Association in a beautiful seaside town of less than 1,000 people. This is the most important regatta of the season for these athletes as they work towards Olympic glory at the Paris 2024 Games less than 2 years from now. Keep watching and enjoy all the action from Nova Scotia, Canada.
Here are
Day 4 of the World's here in Hubbard's, Nova Scotia, and hello to you wherever you're watching in the world. We look forward to bringing you some great action today on the water in St Margaret's Bay. Hi, my name's Andy Rice, and with Lisa Ross and with Chris Musler, we're going to be commentating on that action, and Chris is going to be getting some interviews in the boat park as and when he gets the opportunity. So let's firstly, Lisa, talk about the weather. What's in store? It's the second day of autumn, 2nd of September. You call it fall. What's happening?
Well, today it's a little warmer this morning, and nice clear skies. We have a little bit of a lighter northerly starting in the morning, and all of the weather models that I've seen looks like the sea breeze is going to come in today. So yesterday we had a very shifty, very puffy, unstable northerly that was tricky on the race course. Today we're going to see a little bit more of that sea breeze that we saw on day 2 of the racing. We'll see how strong it gets. The models don't look like it's going to get as strong as it did on day 2, but we can have our fingers crossed and hope that we'll get another bay day.
Right, Chris, the impression I got from the people that you spoke to in the boat park yesterday was that when they came ashore, people were sort of a bit down, and they were probably surprised, some of them, to find out that they'd actually moved up the order. It seemed like it was one of those confusing days where it was snakes and ladders all day, and it was tough.
Yeah, we found out in all 3 fleets when we talked to the sailors. We're like, well, hey, the sailor we just talked to had a real deep race, middle of the fleet race that they came back from being really deep, and then won top 10 and felt horrible, but wound up, like you said, moving up through the ranks. They're like, yeah, we had the same thing, but we just missed that one top 10 finish. So it was like that for just about everyone in the fleet, except for 1 or 2 exceptions. In the 49er, which I was following really closely, is Logan Dunning-Beck and Oscar Gunn. They had I think it was a 6-1-8-1, which is a pretty decent scoreline, but on a day like yesterday, they won the day clearly. So it just shows you the kind of day it was.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Lisa, the great benefit for us yesterday was with all that fluky, funky stuff. We saw some people come through that we didn't necessarily expect to see. Let's talk about the Nacra 17, because we're not actually going to be seeing them today. We're alternating two of the classes of the 3 that we've got here through every day of commentary. So the Nacra 17, that was fascinating yesterday, and for the Americans, Sarah Newberry and David Liebenberger, a particularly good day for them.
Yeah, they sailed a great day. They were one of the most consistent boats by far. The first 2 races, a 1-2. The 1 was a walk away, and they did a great job of moting, and that was the lightest race by far. So that was the race where they spent the most time off the foils. So clearly they have something, I think, dialed in and figured out there. And and even with their race that wasn't in the top 10, they still were in the hunt. So they had a great scoreline, and they moved all the way up to 11th. So they're in the hunt for top 10. Which is a great world for them so far, and shout out to the moms. Good job, Sarah.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? I'm always impressed when someone can combine Olympic campaigning to the level that they are and be a mum as well. That's super impressive. But my question to you is, we saw finally Tita and Banti lose their straight run of wins, but that was partly down to the conditions yesterday. The Italians fell to a 20th, but then followed up with 2 firsts. They're still counting nothing but firsts, discarding that 20th. in today's conditions, do you think anyone can hold a candle to Tetra and Banty? Because today's going to be a boat speed race.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on where we are with the sea breeze. It does look like it could be lighter, but I think possibly by the time the Nacras are out there, maybe the first race might be a little bit more like we saw yesterday as far as velocity is concerned in the wind. But once the sea breeze starts to kick in, I think, you know, they're going to be back to having a bigger groove, picking the type of mode that they want to sail on the foils, and they're so consistent in that stuff that they're hard to touch.
Yeah, they're pretty scary for anybody else in the Nacra fleet. We're going to be talking about the 49ers later on this afternoon. You've already mentioned Logan Dunning-Beck and Oscar Gunn, who climbed up to 3rd overall yesterday, and it was good for the other Kiwis as well. Isaac McHardy and Will Mackenzie, 9.831, and funnily enough, it was only those 2 Kiwis that kept all their 4 scores in the top 10. So the New Zealanders seem to have a handle on those weird conditions yesterday. But talking about boat speed, who do you rate in a straight race out to the left-hand corner?
Well, you know, Lambrix and Van der Werken are still standing on top ahead of the Spanish, Botín and Triddle Paul. So obviously they've got something under the hood. And, you know, it wasn't surprising to see the New Zealanders come out there. It's taken them a while to recover from kind of being beat a lot by you know, Peter Burling and Blair Tuke, who are so dominant from their country. But I would still keep an eye out for a second. That, you know, that was the only place where there wasn't a lot of movement in 1st and 2nd. So between the Dutch and then Botín and Triddle Paul, we talked to them. They felt the same way as everyone else did, that wow, this was really crazy trying to keep our heads straight. And for them, it's really all about the start. They said they actually had a great time, even though they didn't win one of those races where they had a good start. I would look to them. They're really fast. They said, you know, yesterday wasn't a boat speed race, but when it comes time for boat speed, I really think Diego Botín and Florian Triddle Paul really have the wheels and what it takes. I think that this, to me, they feel like confident enough to take anyone that's going to challenge them.
I tend to agree with you. I also think that Shimei and Miho Fantella from Croatia are ones to watch. And we are just about to get into the 49er FX, so we won't spend too much time on that other than to celebrate the fact that China yesterday, for the first time ever, won a race in a World Championship. That was Zhao Yuhu and Shuibin Yu. So fantastic performance by them, Lisa. And those Poles, they also did well.
Yeah, I mean, those first 2 races, they did a fantastic job. They were quite consistent, and they really dialed in, and they waited for their moment. It wasn't a fluke out there. I think they had great patience. They executed well, and they stuck with what they thought was working, and they made it work. And so that was really impressive sailing by both the Chinese and the Poles.
But today you have to adapt. The playing field is always different every day that you go sailboat racing. We all know that. And today we think is going to be all about the start and holding your lane. It's going to be a boat speed day. Let's see if we're proven wrong. Either way, it's going to be a lot of fun. So we look forward to bringing that action in just a few minutes from now. Breeze is gradually getting up, Lisa. That postponement flag is still up, but looking at the flags, they're nicely stretched. What do you make of the progression of the conditions?
Yeah, so we saw earlier in the morning there was a light sea breeze just close to shore here, and now the big band of sea breeze has moved all the way into the bay. You can see this shot from overhead. We've actually got some racing going on. It filled in over on the left-hand side, which is at the top of your screen earlier than it did over here on course A. So we actually have some racing going on some of the other courses, but I think we'll get racing underway here, and we're up and around 12 knots, and it's going to be a beautiful day, and I think we could classify this now as a typical bay day.
Okay, so we hear a lot about that bay day, and we've seen quite a few of them, and that means it's going to be significantly different racing to what we saw yesterday. The priority list is going to be very different. What do you think are going to be the key critical success factors today?
Yeah, so it's a pretty typical sea breeze, you know. It's a little bit unstable as it fills in, so it's a matter of the sailors really feeling out when we're fully in and when we're still building. So as it's still building, it tends to be a little bit more shifty, and it tends to pull a little bit back and forth, and it's hard for me to see right now whether we filled in a little bit right or left, but it'll pull to its happy general direction. And then after that, we'll see that it'll get a lot more stable, and we'll probably see that little track up to the top left that we have typically. That left comes in a lot more over on the race courses, where the Nacras are, over on that left shore. But again, there is a little bit of a pull because we can see that there's a very narrow bay, and it tends to bend around that opening that's way up, but that still has an effect all the way down the bay. Yeah.
Orange flag has just gone up the mast. What's the significance of that?
Yeah, so that orange flag tells all the sailors and the coaches that we're 5 minutes. Once that goes up, we're 5 minutes away, unless anything major happens. We're 5 minutes away to the 5-minute warning. So we're about 10 minutes away to the start of this race. And so the sailors are doing their last prep. They're getting to their coach boats, fueling up for the last time, and coming up with their strategy based on what they felt they saw the wind. Was there any current? And then what their plan is for the race itself.
Right, the postponement flag has just gone down. That was the red and white flag. So we are just 1 minute away now from getting into the starting sequence, and we think the starts are going to be critical today, don't we? I know that we probably say that nearly every day, but there was so much going on that wild and wacky race course that we talked about yesterday with the FX and the Nakras. The start was not the be all and end all. We saw some of the best starts lead to, they went up in a puff of smoke, like our previous leaders in the championship, the Dutch, who had a great port tack start across their side of the fleet, ended up in mid-20s around the windward mark.
Yeah, it's funny, on a day like yesterday, sometimes having a good start is a little bit of the kiss of death, because you really get locked into doing one thing, and sometimes you get a little bit away from really seeing what's going on, because now you're into a little bit of defense mode. And
you've invested in a stock. The stock looks good. It looks like it's on the rise, and then you don't really want to sort of open your eyes to the fact that maybe it's taking a dive.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes you're not as adaptable in your decision making as you might be if you didn't feel like you were winning the race. And but today is probably going to be a little bit of a different thing. The boats that are really keyed into how long the shifts are, and staying in phase, and getting a little bit of jump in the first two shifts, and then really trying to leverage out and pick where they think the pressure in the shift is going to be in the top as they come into the race to the windward mark. Those are going to be the boats that do well, I think, on a day like today. And that's really going to be, having the ability to do that is all about the start. So,
do you think that means that the likes of our current series leaders, Bobeck and Netzler from Sweden, let's just bring up the leaderboard actually if we can, and let's get some context on these names. So the ones that are leading now, like Bobeck and Netzler, Van Aanholt and Dutz, look at their scores from yesterday in races 7, 8 and 9. The last two races in particular, both the Swedes and the Dutch had an absolute shocker, yet they're still leading. But I'm thinking, Lisa, that those leaders at the top of the leaderboard are going to be slightly relieved that they are faced with sea breeze conditions today.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've shown that they're very comfortable in this condition, and this is a little bit more. This is a little bit more of typical sailing and a day at the office for them, and so their confidence, I think, is going to be really high, and they also have shown that they can execute in this type of thing. Lane holding and executing off the start is going to be really key to getting the jump on those first couple of shifts, and then getting leverage out to the last move to the mark.
What about the high performers of yesterday? For example, now in 7th, Melzaka and Jankowiak from Poland. Really good day yesterday with a 2-1 and maybe a bit of a slip to 13th. And then the Chinese, who are just outside of the top 10, but Hu and Yu from China getting a 1-2 and a 27. Can they build on that? Can they take confidence from yesterday, even though it's a completely different set of conditions today?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that their scoreline has showed that they might not have some of the wheels on the in the lane holding in a little bit of the bigger breeze. So I think for them, really focusing in on getting the boat going and keeping the boat moving fast in the bigger breeze is going to be key for them.
Okay, now we are looking at the red and white checkered flag on the boat. That is the uniform flag, the U flag. That means that that boat on the right of picture, which is well over the start line, must be behind the start line in a minute's time when those flags come down. Inside the last minute before the start, with the U flag flying, you cannot be over the line, otherwise you are instantly disqualified and taken out of the race. So that puts an extra pressure on making sure that you get a clean start. Lisa, we see the Brazilians, Brazil 12 at the bottom left of our screen, hanging around by the committee boat. They're the reigning Olympic champions. Bearing in mind these sea breeze conditions, which part of the line do you fancy starting from?
Yeah, well, right now you can see that there are more boats, and they're actually lined up quite early for the pin end, and we're showing actually that the pin end has an advantage.
Of how much? Because you're using SAP Sailing Analytics to tell us. So.
Yeah, it's making us look pretty smart here in the studio. But yeah, so it's about a boat length advantage. So it's not a ton, but when we have this sea breeze and we've got a little bit of a possible left, you know, you may want to start there, but you might want to start in a place where you're not necessarily pinned out at the pin, especially if it doesn't have a huge advantage, but that you can tack on that first shift, get a little bit of movement up the ladder rung towards the mark, so that you're not sailing through this first shift. So if we're seeing the boats are starting in a lefty right off the bat, you know, you may not want to be right all the way at the end. So these boats in the middle, as long as they can get their bows out and be able to tack, you know, that might be the way to go.
Well, look at Brazil 12 and New Zealand 75, two Olympic champions. Jo Aleh in New Zealand 75, Olympic champion in the 470, recently switched to the 49er. Brazil 12, two Olympic gold medals in the 49er FX, and there is just over 10 seconds to go. So they obviously fancy the right-hand end of the line. It's now inside the final 10 seconds. Is anyone going to be over? It looks like there's a danger of it at the pin end.
Yeah.
There could be a gaggle of boats that are going over a little bit early as they get off the start line now. And it looks like a good start for Germany, 2:12 at this end of the line. Good start for China out the middle of the line.
And the Spanish had a nice start there. I think they were safely back, but that group at the pin, I think we might see a couple of OCSs there for them.
Yes, look, it looked a bit dangerous there, didn't it? So some of the boats that we're looking at along there, we're wondering if they're still going to be in the race by the end of this two-lapper, this windward-leeward twice round. Target time of about 30 minutes is what we're talking about. But let's assume that everyone is still in the race until we're told otherwise. Italy 99 breaking out to the port side, looking. Oh, they've just tacked already. Hang on a moment. They're not looking like they're racing. I wonder if we're looking at a recall.
Yeah, we may have. So, if the race committee has, so we're seeing a coach boat flying up to the group. So that means that we've had a general recall. So if the race committee feels like there were too many boats that broke the line before the gun went, then they will actually call the whole fleet back, and with the U flag, the uniform flag, we'll see that it'll basically be a free one for them. Likely the race committee will bring up the black flag, you know, an ominous color, and for an ominous type of starting, and that will mean that if anybody is over within that last minute, at any time, they will be automatically disqualified. So there will be no freebie on this one, likely, if the race committee chooses to put that black flag up. Right,
okay, so that is the distinction. Both harsh flags, but the U flag just wasn't quite harsh enough for some of them to take it seriously. So they will be taking it seriously this time, we believe. Let's see if Principal Race Officer David Campbell-James decides to put up the black flag. Really nice conditions. Netherlands won on a nice two-sail reach there. Beautiful wake coming off the back of the boat. And the conditions just seem to be consolidating and getting better and better, Lisa.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we were hoping for today, and it's actually looking quite similar for tomorrow. So, yeah, we'll see. You know, I think we're going to see 2 days of pretty glamour racing out here, and I think the sailors are probably really happy that this is what they're seeing right now on the race course. You can see anytime you see that darker water coming down the race course, you know, that's the puff, and in a sea breeze, the extra wind usually comes with a shift from one side to the other. So with these nice drone shots, we can see something that the sailors, only the really good ones, can see the puffs as clearly as we can on the race course.
And what they all struggle to see is where the weed is. That we need to talk about the invisible factor. Well, sometimes you can see it from these drone shots. You can see the yellowy, orangey weed and clumps of it lying in the water. And yesterday we saw boats steering radically around some of those patches, because that is an absolute boat speed killer if you hit some weed, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think yesterday, with it being so light and quite flat, I think it was easier to pick up the weed on the foils. So it'll be interesting to see if the sailors feel like it's as much of a factor today. I think, you know, with the bouncing, going over the waves, and it being a little bit windier, hopefully they'll feel like it's less of a factor. And it may just not be as much on the race course, because yesterday we had a breeze that was coming from the shore, and you know, we've got a really healthy shoreline here with lots of algae and healthy algae, and so I think it was just being pushed off.
Meanwhile, the dreaded black flag is up. The sailors had a pretty good idea that was coming. Lisa's just explained the significance of that, and you really, really, really do not want to be over the start line within the last minute before the gun fires. So let's hope we see a clean start this time. And it was a pretty even spread along the length of the line, wasn't it, Lisa, last time?
Yeah, and I think you know, it wasn't a huge line bias from the right to the left. You know, we're seeing that they're in a little bit more of a left shift right now, I think. So we'll see if some of the sailors want to move up that line a little bit closer to the pin on this start. But again, you know, a sea breeze, it tends to click back and forth. So, you know, I think if you've got to be able to have a good start and be able to tack, especially if you're in a full left shift. So the last start, I think they were in a pretty neutral number, which kind of spread them out. But I think, you know, some of the boats that are able to tack in this in a little bit of left shift may be able to get off, to get out and get up a ladder rung a little bit earlier than some of the others.
And how many minutes do we have to go now? Is that showing on your system?
I think we're not into the last minute. I can see the black flag still up. We'll see if we can get the time feed onto our feed here. But as soon as we see that black flag come down, we'll know that we're within a minute. The athletes are lining up. We've got somebody who's lining up quite high on the line compared to their competitors, close to the pin. They're not ahead of the line, but they've clearly showed their bow and their number, and so sometimes that might be a little bit of the kiss of death if that group is over at the pin. So, but they seem like they're pretty confident in where the line is, and you know, they were kind of showing everybody else, you're way too far back.
Yeah, I mean, there goes the flag. So that is 1 minute to the start. Well, we have less than 1 minute to the start, and they are lining up pretty close to that line, it has to be said, with about 50 seconds to go. And it's a very, very even spread across this line. And this is a great skill, isn't it, Lisa, to be able to hold the boat in position. The best sailors not only can sail the boat faster than other people, they can sail it slower than other people. Yeah, this is all about boat control. We call this down speed maneuvers because they're clearly not moving very fast, and they're controlling the flow on their foils. So basically what they're trying to do is they're trying to move a little bit forward and a little bit backward and a little bit forward so that they don't slide down the line into the boat to leeward of them, which is below, towards the pin. So that's the skill that they're trying to do there. Look at the Chinese right by the committee boat. I'm a little bit concerned for them. They're just about hanging on by the skin of their teeth, and they are just about to accelerate.
Here we go.
And the flag goes down, and a couple of port tack starters, and we will have to wait a little bit to see if there were any black flag disqualifications. Looks like China, after risking that committee boat start, has got away with it early on to starboard tack. That suggests that China really wants the right-hand side, because I think they had a clear lane there. Brazil already going out to the right-hand side, as are Tamara Echegoyen and Paulo Barcelo, and Spain 23. So there are some pretty smart heads thinking that right-hand side is the way to go.
Yeah, and again, it's about staying in phase, I think, in this at least first bit of the race. And so we've got kind of a 50-50 split of, you know, trying to leg it out into something a little bit more on the left, or sailing that first shift, which did seem to be a little bit of a left shift. So it looks like there's some nice pressure in the middle of the race course right now. You can see some of the boats a little bit slower down to the very far left, and a little bit on the very far right. We can't see the Chinese boat that was the first one to tack, just below the Brazilians. Yeah, so there they are there, trucking out to the right-hand side.
In some very good company as well, aren't they? So that's Brazil 12, that's Grael and Kunze, the Olympic champions, double world champions next to them, the Spanish, and then just above them are the reigning world champions and second overall in this regatta at the moment. That's Van Aanholt and Doets, with the Netherlands 1 on their sail. So there's a lot of smart money going out to the right-hand side right now, but it's the heroes of yesterday from China, Hu and Yu, who are currently leading at the moment.
Yeah, and so right now we see there is a split between the right and the left. Both sides of the course seem to be pretty even right now. We've got the lead flipping back and forth between Roble and Shea, which are actually far out there on the left. They had a great start at the pin, and then this group that's over here on the right. So as the breeze starts to shift, we're going to see the one side pay more than the other, but it's really all about coming back. So who's going to be in phase as they come back? So we saw the right-hand boats; they were leading. So we saw the Chinese; they were leading right off the start because we were in that the left shift. So they were sailing on port in the left shift. Now the breeze has gone back a little bit right. So we may see these boats starting to see a number on their compass. All the boats here have compasses. So they're watching, they're heading, and they're trying to pick a time where they feel like it's a really good time to go back and try and point their bow closer to the mark.
I'm getting worried about Brazil. I don't think Brazil have the legs on the Chinese. We're talking about double Olympic champions, and they're struggling to hold their lane against China. I mean, the Chinese are absolutely flying.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they're showing great speed through this chop. It does look like it's quite tricky out here. The chop is really building. And you know, the Chinese are holding on the Dutch, and now the Brazilians are going to have to tack in probably a spot that they don't really want to. They're going behind the fleet, back into the center of the course, and that's not really what you want to do here before you really want to make the choice to do it.
I agree with you. I think this is a boat speed race. I don't see much wind shift going on. I'm wondering if we're going to see boats come in from the left and the right-hand side of the race course, and I think the boats that come in the top 5 or 6 are the ones that are going to be will have tacked the least.
Yeah. So we're now seeing that the lead is flipped back over. Again, it still looks very, very even from side to side, but the Chinese are actually reading like they've taken the lead back from those boats on the left. And again, this is what we were talking about. A speed game, it's a game of patience, and it's a game of inches in this type of sea breeze day. So you want to reduce your maneuvers, you want to really sail fast, and you want to be really smart about those times that you pick to come back into traffic, because these boats are going to be very close as they come back in to round the mark.
Any idea how long they have got before they get to ley line?
Yeah, we're getting pretty close to the ley line, which are the sides of the course where by the time you tack over, you can see the Australians, they've chosen their time. The Canadians are feeling like it's time to start making their way back. And you can actually see the mark up there on the very, very top of the screen. And I think the Chinese may be just waiting for the Dutch to go.
I think they're beginning to shout at the Dutch and saying, come on, guys, we need to go. We're getting to ley line.
Yeah, you don't want to take too long, because at the end of the day, if it goes any further right, then you're going to be overstanding like we saw some of yesterday. So
Dutch are just tacked just as the camera goes behind that cruising yacht, and now the Chinese are at last released to tack. So now the question for the Dutch and the Chinese is, have they nailed that ley line in one? Or have they maybe overstood it? Have they sailed extra distance they didn't need to? Or have they slightly understood the ley line? By which, I mean, they might have to do a couple of extra tacks. So getting the judgment right from so far out on one side of the race course is pretty difficult. But if you get it spot on, and only one of them will have done, China or the Netherlands, then that will be a real advantage going around the windward mark. And of course, we've yet to see who's going to come in from the left-hand side. Lisa, call some numbers for us from the far side.
Yeah, so right now you can see the left-hand side, and this is what the sailors are actually looking at. This is a great view of you know, it is hard to tell whether or not you're making gains or not, and you've got to stick with your game plan. The New Zealanders here, they're going to be trying to lead back this group on the right, and all the way on the left, you can see those boats over there, and we've got the Swedish. We've got Spain 5, and we've got Robel and Shea, and there's one other, yeah, and we've got the Polish down there as well, and they're looking really good coming out of the left. You can see that little cone of boats coming out of the far left, and right now they're in a little bit of a left shift and maybe a little bit of pressure. And so again, it's about winning your side and then making smart decisions as the boats all compress into the last third. But
it'll be interesting to see how those Brazilians come out of it after they bounced away from an early tack about 2 or 3 minutes back by the Chinese. And is that a French boat that's tacked just to windward on this side?
Yeah. So that was Sarah Stayert. And she's just made a move to tack back, but you can see that the boats that are coming out from the left are in a little bit of a left shift. And so everybody who's on port, and that's coming from the top of the screen back down to the middle, I have a little bit of an advantage over the boats that we were watching there on the right, who are a little bit bow down, trying to make their way back to the mark. Once you get to the corner, you're kind of stuck sailing back to the mark, regardless of whether or not you're on a good shift or not. So I think the boats that sailed out to the left, you know, if they can get across, but this is going to be a tight rounding. Boats are pretty much going to be bow even from side to side. So we're seeing a lot of difference here with boats that executed their start really well and who were able to hold their lane off the start. Those are, again, you know, it's almost dead even. So those are the real keys to whether or not you're going to be doing well coming back to this mark.
Chinese doing really well on the right-hand side. There are two teams that are doing well, and one team we haven't spoken about before is the better of the Chinese right now. That's 727 Shasha Chen and Menting Wang, and they have yet to their best score is 17th.
Yep.
So I mean they're fortunate when they get inside the top 20. Right now they're vying for the lead in this race.
Yeah. So they're sailing really well, and they really just picked their way up the middle of the race course before they tacked in front of this right-hand group. But you can see Robel and Shea there coming across, and this is really key. If you're playing the left-hand side, you really want to be able to make that cross. So if you're on port tack, you have to give way to the boats on starboard tack, and so it's a little bit dangerous to come back across here and see if you can make that cross. Now it looks like they're going to end up ducking a few. Oh no, that's the other Americans there that are making a couple of ducks. And USA 8 there, you can see Robel and Shea. Yeah, they were able to tack out in front of the Swedes, and they're making their way over to the mark right now.
Yeah.
Great beat by them.
Absolutely. So winners of the last race yesterday, currently leading the first race of this afternoon. For Robel and Shea, USA 8 leading Sweden 77, our current overall series leaders. That's Bobeck and Netzler.
Yeah, and I was talking to their coach, Julia Conti, this morning, and you know, I think these girls are capable of really good racing, and so I think that win yesterday just shook off the dust from the first couple of days, and they're back on form now.
Certainly looks like it, and that's quite a comfortable lead for the USA as Sweden goes around, closely followed by China 727, who have sailed a fantastic beat from the middle of the course, and now it's getting really busy as they go around. We got another Chinese boat. We got Hu and Yu going round, closely followed by France, Stay Out and Picon. Poland 888, one of the stars of yesterday. The Dutch won, just about squeezing round with New Zealand 11, Maloney and Hobbs. Tamara Escher-Goyen and Barcelo, the British. I mean,
it's just bow to stern all the way around. And you can see that the Who and You were the ones leading out of the right, and they were third. So, you know, you're basically bow even with the leaders coming back. You know, the left had a little bit of an advantage at the very top. But, you know, if you're sailing fast and you're staying in phase, you're not really making a wrong decision from side to side.
Brazil only now going around, so that's how expensive it is to lose your lane early in a race like this in a sea breeze situation. And the jibe set, to me, it doesn't look like the best move. It looks like a move of desperation to me at the moment. But in asymmetric boats, Lisa, it often works.
Yeah. So again, it's about that lane holding and getting free to be able to sail your VMG, which is your closest angle towards the mark. So if you go higher, you can sail faster, but if you go a little bit lower, you're sailing less distance. So the sailors are always trying to balance that height versus distance sailed. And when you get a long train of boats that you can see here, sometimes you're fighting for breeze, and then you're ending up sailing a little bit too high and too much distance. So if you can clear and get out a little bit, then you're able to minimize your distance sailed.
Yeah. At the moment, it looks like the boats that had the opportunity to do the straight set are going to hold those positions, and it's a very even line. This is what we expected, isn't it, Lisa? That the passing lanes are going to be farther and fewer between compared with what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a really nice day of racing, but for some of those boats that, you know, might not quite have the speed, you know, they're looking for a little bit of a shake-up, and I don't know if these conditions are really going to give it to them.
No. And so looking for a shake-up right now is Netherlands 1. Okay, they're leading the bunch of jibe setters coming down this side of the race course, but they could really do with a few potholes in the road to hold up some of the other boats currently in the front few in this race. That's Spain 5 going through a jibe, Patricia Suarez and Maria Cantero. Really nice jibe from the Spaniards. Yeah,
and so, you know, there is quite a bit of chop here. So the sailors are really trying to keep the boat driving as fast as possible through the chop, not have the bows slam. And here's the Lou and LaFrance sisters throwing in a jibe as well, really trying to get the boat going and trying to keep the bow up during the jibe so that it doesn't dig in the waves as they go through. And because as in the middle of the jibe, you're falling right into the middle of the wave, and you can slam the bow down and just stop the boat.
Meanwhile, just left of screen, you can see USA still leading, going across from right to left. So still leading with actually a bit of an extended margin on Bobeck and Netzler, the Swedes. So things going very, very well for Robel and Shea right now out in the front of this race. And this is going to be an easier race to defend today than it was yesterday, for example.
Yeah, I mean, again, pretty classic sailing. So you can apply the classic rules of keeping your boat between your competitors and the mark, I think, a little bit more confidently than you could yesterday. Yesterday, it was so tough because there were some big things that were happening on parts of the race course that you couldn't quite defend. Whereas this is a little bit more predictable, I would say. So once you get ahead, you know, it's a little bit of the rich getting richer.
So the decision point for Robel and Shea, they've got a choice of leeward gate marks at the bottom. They can choose to go left or right out of the bottom of the course. What would you choose in this situation?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they did a pretty good job going up the left. It looks like they're setting up right now to possibly go around that left-hand gate looking upwind. And again, if the Swedes choose to split, they can always go around their choice gate, flip back, and again, keep themselves between them and the mark, and then choose if they want to hold that leverage out to their chosen side. So they've really got, like, they're doing a great job right here of getting into the middle of the course to make their choice and their decision. I think, yeah, here they are. They're going to jibe back over to that left-hand gate and lead the Swedes out. So if the Swedes follow, it's easy choices for Robel and Shea. And if the Swedes choose to split, you know, then they've got a little bit of leverage to be able to stay between them and the mark. So here, nice job by the Swedes to make the Americans think a little bit about their positioning, and you know, and make them make a little bit of a decision of whether or not they want to hold that leverage out or whether they want to take the conservative route.
So this is Bobeck and Netzler, current leaders of the overall series, and they're going to be consolidating this lead as things stand. They're in second place, and they're splitting out well out to the right-hand side from the race leaders, Robel and Shea from the USA, going out to the far left. And meanwhile, that jibe set worked out much better than I thought maybe for Van Aanholt and Dutz, who have managed to get in amongst those Chinese that went round in third and fourth. So Van Aanholt and Dutz, the reigning world champions, are up to fourth in this race. So there are opportunities from the jibe set, and Maloney and Hobbs in fifth as well. But meanwhile, we're looking at Bobeck and Netzler firing up wind, and in a straight line in these conditions, they are pretty much the fastest boat on the racetrack, partly because of the fact that Vilma Bobeck is probably over 6 foot tall.
Yeah. I mean, leverage here is a huge factor. You can see that they're using their leverage and their body weight to keep the boat flat and keep the boat driving. It's all about balance, and it's all about you know, keeping the pressure in the sails aligned with the pressure in the foils, and you know, in this type of condition, you've got to balance the pressure in the sail, and the taller and the heavier you are, pretty much the better.
Yeah, so very good straight line speed being shown by the Swedes at the moment. I don't know if you're able to do any analysis of their actual speeds, Lisa. We're getting to grips with everything that sailing and SAP Sailing Analytics has to offer. But it looks like Robel and Shea, they did a tack back towards the middle of the course, and we've just seen Bobeck and Netzler tacking. So now is the chance to see the cross, and if that's USA that I'm looking at in the middle of our picture, it looks like the Swedes might have moved into the lead.
Yeah, so the Swedes have definitely moved into the lead. I think they're going to cross here quite handily, so it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, so Robel and Shea don't want to give them the cross. They want to keep a little bit of leverage over to the left. And so that looked like a little bit of a slow tack by the girls there. But they're going to try and keep a little bit of bow out to the left and try and see if they can keep something open for them to make a pass later on in the race course.
So it is a speed race. This is surely going to work well for Bobeck and Netzler. They've got a lot of confidence in their pace. And Robel and Shea, they are also very quick as well. I've seen them go particularly quickly on the downwinds at other regattas, but also very smart sailors. A day like today, you don't get to apply the full width of your brain power because sometimes in this kind of racing, it's just put the bow down, go hard, and just keep on going fast in a straight line.
Yeah, so I mean, you can see right now the average speed difference of the Swedes versus Robel and Shea right now. The Swedes are averaging around 8.6. Almost 8.6 knots, and Robel and Shea are averaging about 8.1. So a little bit of possible pressure differences. So the more wind you have, the faster you can go. But again, a lot of that probably has to do with leverage and technique, being able to really get the boat driving through this chop. Because again, it doesn't, just like we saw on day 2, it does not look easy to get this boat around the chop.
No, it doesn't. But the choppier it is, the heavier, the better it is to be heavy, to be able to sort of keep the power in the sails and keep powering on through the chop. Yeah,
other boats that are looking like they're moving really well in the breeze are the Chinese and New Zealand, Maloney and Hobbs, and the Dutch as well. So there are some boats behind these boats here that have got very similar numbers as far as their average speed goes. So it'll be about where those boats position themselves and how they can use the shifts to get their speed to put them back in the race.
What's your sense of the extent of the wind shifts today? What kind of range are we talking about?
Well, you know, we definitely are having some shifts here. We've got, you know, let me just see here. We've got from the SAP, we've got, you know, almost close to 10 degree differences, which is significant enough to make a difference. You know, we saw as the the Americans were coming back across at the mark, that's going to give them the leverage to get that cross. The Swedes are right now in a nice little bit of a righty, but there is quite a bit of leverage over there to the left, so they may lose a little bit of distance. And here, Roble and Shea feel like they're in a little bit of something, so they've taken the tack back.
And I wonder also if Roble and Shea are thinking defensively and tacking on the boats that are coming up behind them. I think maybe Roble and Shea have given away the lead on this race, and they're thinking more about protecting second place right now. They've just forced a boat to tack away from them. I think that was Van Aanholt and Doets, who are now up to third, just ahead of the Chinese and the Polish. But meanwhile, the Swedes have done a loose cover on Roble and Shea, which means they're not really taking bad wind away from the Americans, but the Swedes are just happy to herd the Americans into the same part of the race course as they are, because it's highly unlikely that way that the Americans are going to be able to overtake them.
Yeah, they're getting pretty close to that left corner, and again, you don't want to get out to the corner too soon, because you want to leave a little bit of decision making in the bank. And so Roble and Shea, the Swedes are really happy for them to sail all the way to the corner, and so Steph had to make something happen there, and it's not the greatest lane, but it's better than the Swedes sailing them all the way out to the corner for sure. Yeah,
that's very true. And there is the overview of how they're doing. They're pretty much in the middle of the course, so they've got decision-making, tacking opportunities to go either side of the course, but could well be that we'll see Sweden 77 sail all the way out to the starboard ley line and just one tack it in from here.
Yeah, so that move by Roble and Shea to tack on the Dutch was a little bit painful for them, because you can see that now Jo Aleh's gotten in the mix there. That extra tack, getting them a little bit out of phase of the next thing, has gotten Jo back in, and now she may have an opportunity to make it a little bit tough for the Dutch as well. So here we go. The New Zealanders, yep, they just tacked in front of the Dutch, and it's hard to see from this shot whether or not that lane is yeah, it looks like that tack maybe left a little bit, so they're pretty bow even, the Dutch and the New Zealanders there.
But a good move by Ali and Meach to get themselves back in there, and maybe, as you say, Lisa, it was fewer tacks, just keeping it simple, going out to one side of the course. But yeah, I didn't think we would see them be able to come back at the other boats quite the way that they have done.
Yeah, and here's the Polish again as well. There's a little bit of a right shift going on right now, so you can see the Swedes have tacked in it as well. So once you get into this part of the race, it's a tricky thing to not sail too much of the middle of the race course, but keep your bow pointing at the mark and not chasing. There's smaller ships out there, and there's also the bigger winds. So you're trying to set yourself up for the big winds, and so the Polish have gotten themselves back into the game as well, hooking into a little bit of righty late here in the second beat.
Bobeck and Netzler about to go around the windward mark for the final time, and then it's the run down to the finish with the Nakra. And so bow on, you can see the distance back to Roble and Shea. It's about 100 meters, so very comfortable as Rebecca Netzler runs in to get the red Nakra hoisted, and Vilma Bobeck just briefly stepping in to keep the boat balanced. Bobeck back out onto the trapeze, foot in the back foot loop, right to the back of the bus, both of them on trapeze, and then firing downwind and extending their lead away from the Americans, who are still holding on to a pretty comfortable second ahead of Van Aanholt and Doets.
Yeah, so, and here's Roble and Shea, so you can see them. The distance has really opened up, 100 meters between the Swedes and the Americans. Some of that has to do with gate choices at the bottom, and hooking into that first bit of pressure and shift, and average speed on that upwind.
Real close battle here for third place around the windward mark. So this is going to be pretty tricky, and only one boat's going to come out of this really well. And the Chinese are in pole position to do that, but they're being chased hard by Netherlands 1. Around goes China for the hoist. Netherlands 1 going straight into it. This time it's a straight hoist. Ali and Meach going round just ahead of Poland 888, and then the other Chinese 727 also going round. Everyone doing a straight set so far.
Strong race by the Chinese. 2 Chinese up there in the top 10, and so they're showing that they're not a one-trick pony, and they've got some wheels in the medium breeze as well.
And unfortunately for us, the Chinese don't speak English, and I don't speak Chinese, so it's difficult for us to find out what the secret is to their sudden rise to success, because this is such a tricky boat to sail, and normally an apprenticeship in a boat like a 49 or a 49er FX or a Nacra 17 takes many, many years, but these sailors have clearly been working hard and working very effectively.
Yeah. I mean, you know, in this beat, they did a really good job of staying in phase and minimizing their distance sailed, and they've clearly got pretty good speed. You know, the fastest boat on that last beat by far was the Swedes. They were the only ones who averaged over 9 knots, and but the Chinese are in the hunt with the maybe the 3rd or 4th. You know, they're their 4th or 5th fastest boat around the race course in that last beat.
Right, very impressive. So the Dutch are the first of this group to drive away, and way up at the top of the screen on the right-hand side, you can see the Swedes still leading this race by a country mile. They've extended their lead now to 200 meters. And if you've got any downwind speed analysis, Lisa, that would also be great to know, because they look like they're absolutely flying. They're down to the bottom of their trapeze adjusters, and they are fully maxed out with their righting moment. And they are both tall girls, and that really plays to their strengths in these conditions.
Yeah, so they are flying. The Americans are going fast as well, and the Americans are actually sailing a little bit lower than they are. But comparatively to some of the other boats around them, the Chinese and the Dutch, those 2 boats are sailing really, really well. We've got average of 14.5 knots from the Swedes, sailing a little bit higher, a little bit of extra distance than the Americans, who are just a little bit slower, but sailing a little bit closer to the mark.
Okay, so slightly different moding in the way that they attack it.
Yeah, so if you look at the VMG numbers, the Dutch are also flying at comparative VMG, because they're choosing that lower angle as well. So it is quite interesting to see who's going to be making up gains here on this downwind, as they approach the mark.
Bobeck and Netzler just eking out meter by meter advantage on Robel and Shea as the Swedes go into a jibe coming down towards the bottom of the course. Bobeck straight out onto the trapeze, and Netzler following soon afterwards. Very, very good jibe there. And Bobeck just helping Netzler get hooked up back onto her trapeze harness and fully up to speed again. Yeah,
so that probably, I think, was their last jibe into the ley line. Yeah, here we can see the gate. So that was their jibe to the ley line to the mark. So they're gonna be winning this race handily by almost 200.5 meters. That's a pretty nice race win by them, and they've got some wheels.
Yeah, they sure do. And these conditions are playing perfectly to their strengths. These 2 joke with each other about how they're doing a lot more swimming than they should do. So sometimes their boat handling can be a little bit shaky, but it's not windy enough for it to really be a boat handling day like it was on day 1 of the competition. And just congratulating each other there. This is all about straight line boat speed. As long as you get off the start line and you can hold your lane and you've got good speed, then you're looking good today. And that is a 2nd place. They were leading for a while, but that is 2nd for Robel and Shea, winners of the last race yesterday afternoon, and managing to carry on that seam of good form as they move further in towards the top 10.
Yeah, they're going to be really happy with that race. Again, solidifying that they're here to play, after a little bit of a shaky start.
And now the race for 3rd place, we'll see them come into view, hopefully not too far from now. And it's really tight on the meters between Hu and Yu from China and Van Aanholt and Dutz. And whose kite do we see coming through first? It looks like it's going to be China by a whisker.
Great downwind by the Chinese. Yeah, that was pretty huge for them, I think. A big confidence booster.
Absolutely. To hold off the reigning world champions Van Aanholt and Dutz, who are 4th, and Ali and Meach across the line for 5th, followed by Poland 888, one of the great performers of yesterday, and another Chinese team, China 727, also having a fantastic race. And now it's beginning to get busy across the line.
Yeah. So we've got lots of boats here finishing their...
Stay Out and Picon from France, Maloney and Hobbs, Black and Tidy from Great Britain, Suarez and Cantero from Spain, and Germani and Bertuzzi in 12th place. So those are the top ones. Grail and Kunz yet to cross the line. I think that's the purple Jenica at the top of the screen that we can see for Grail and Kunz, who had a good start, but they just couldn't hold their lane. And now they're driving over a little bit earlier than they wanted to because of the Belgians.
Here's a really close finish by the Italians, the Canadians, and I believe that was Norway. And so that was a little dive. Sometimes sailors do a little dive towards the finish line to try and get their boat across and square their boat to the mark, to the finish line. There you go. You can see it again by the purple kite, the Americans, to eke out the passing of a boat that's right beside them.
But two really top teams finishing back there. The Brazilians, not great, and Echegoyen and Barcelo, who were third overall in this regatta, double former world champions, also not doing very well in this race, despite both of those teams getting good starts. But it seems like they haven't quite got the legs. That surprises me, particularly for Echegoyen and Barcelo, because they're another tall team like the Swedes. They should have really good straight line speed. I'm not sure what went wrong for Spain. And Brazil, I'm a little bit surprised there as well, except Brazil are not the biggest team. So this straight line speed track racing maybe doesn't play to the highest of the Brazilian strengths.
Yeah, and I mean, you could really see it in their, just off the start there. They really struggled to hold their lane after that tack, and it was really costly for them to have to tack off of what wasn't the greatest angle and shift earlier in that race.
So in a moment, Lisa, I'm going to ask you to see if you can do any analysis on distance sailed, on average speed and maneuvers. We've got all this power at our fingertips with SAP Sailing Analytics, and it's interesting to see that because it's those tiny differences that are going to make the difference today.
Yeah. So yeah, and I think that's one of the big things here is it's the little things that are making a big difference. You could see when they got to the windward mark all together that it's all about being able to cross at the very end. That gets you out in front of the other boats and ripping downwind and extending away from the packs of boats. The Dutch did a really good job of that when they jibed around, and they did that jibe set and just got away from the packs of boats that can tend to sail a little bit slower.
So that was the first race of 3 this afternoon. We are at the 49er 49er FX and Nacra 17 World Championships here in Hubbards, Nova Scotia. Absolutely amazing conditions. We had to wait a while for the sea breeze to kick in, but Lisa, being the local that she is, correctly predicted that the sea breeze would arrive, and it really is spectacular when it gets here. Bobeck and Netzler, they will be talking with their coach now about what they can do to do even better in that race, but they were very dominant. Robel and Shea managed to keep them at bay for a short while, but they just weren't able to match the legs and match the wheels of the Swedish who won that. Now, if you're watching this and you're loving it, just remember to like and follow. Make sure that other people know that this live coverage is going out right now, and it will be going out for Sunday and Monday as well. Monday is medal race day, when we get to see who the new world champions for 2022 will be. And we also have 49er racing going on after this 49er FX racing. Now, we're hoping also that we've got Chris out there looking for interviewees. But let's get an interview that we did earlier with Bobeck and Netzler, our series leaders. Day 1 of the FX Worlds, it was a windy one, and some sailors are saying that the Swedes here, Vilma and Rebecca, are the fastest in the fleet. Now, Rebecca, how did the first race go for you?
We were doing very well. We felt comfortable standing straight and just trapezing very hard, but then I asked Vilma to pull a bit more jib on, and all of a sudden I saw myself in the water, and she just let go of the tiller instead. So in second upwind we actually capsized to windward, but somehow we were a bit lucky on the last downwind and could catch up and take some boats on the finish line. So yeah, happy with that. But
How do you manage to be lucky on a day like today? Surely that luck doesn't really come into it, does it, Wilma?
I don't really know. We're quite good at putting the past in the past. So whenever I tend to do a silly mistake like that, we just focus forward and not stay in what's been bad, and sort of just talk about what's next. Where's the next pressure? Where's our fastest way around the course to the finish line? So I think that's how we caught up eventually. But yeah, we were lucky. Got on the right side of the bunch of boats, I would say. So yeah.
And people are saying that you've got good speed. Would you agree with that? And how are you going today?
yeah, we think we're going quite fast, and we like going fast, but we struggled to find the right moding today. The wind was going up and down, and the sea state was also going a bit up and down, but yeah, eventually in the last race we felt most comfortable.
Wilma, long way to go in this championship, but how do you feel? What sort of marks out of 10 do you give the team for today?
Oh, that's a hard question. I'm bad at numbers, but I think we had a good day. We're for sure still in the race for the championship, and we're happy with that. There's always improvements to be done, but we're happy with our performance, and yeah, we're excited for the rest of the week.
Rebecca, this place to me, I'm from Britain, but to me this looks like a little bit like Sweden. How does it feel to you being here in beautiful Nova Scotia?
Yeah, for me, especially coming from north of Sweden, I'm used to all the forest, especially the drive getting here. So I'm feeling very comfortable with so much green around.
Fantastic, and I wonder if that's helping you do a little bit better this week. Well, wish you all the best. Very exciting first day for you and the rest of the fleet. Let's see how the Swedes go for the rest of this 2022 World Championship. Particularly windy one, and that was a very boat handling driven kind of day. Lisa, just looking at the pictures there, do you think the breeze has picked up a little bit more?
Yeah. I mean, it does look like it's picked up a little bit more. We're getting up into the 13 knot range, 14 knots. So yeah, it's looking like, and it's the breeze is dipping a little bit less. So the lulls are getting a little bit smaller, and the breeze across the race course is evening out a bit. Here we've got that's the class flag going up. So we're 5 minutes away from the next start. So they're really, because of the postponement this morning, they're really rolling into these starts quickly, one after the other.
Okay, so not too long to wait before we get into the next race, which is good news for the sailors and good news for us. And that's Bobeck and Netzler just going out of picture on the right-hand side, just checking in on the start line. And will the Chinese be able to repeat that amazing performance by those two teams? There goes China 727 across the middle of the screen, and then Roble and Shea, USA 8, going just behind the committee boat.
Yeah, I mean, the Chinese had world-class speed in that race, which was great to see. They did a good job of minimizing their distance and sailing on the shifts. Jo Aleh had the second fastest speed around the race course, but they sailed a little bit more distance, and it came back to haunt them right at the finish when the Chinese were able to pass them. So that's how all these, it can be a game of inches after you've done all this work for so long.
So based on all the stats that you've seen, who do you give the highest smarts to? I know it's a very subjective question, but...
Well, the Poles, they're not particularly fast when it comes to this condition compared to some of the other girls, but they really did a good job of picking their spots and minimizing their distance sailed, and that got them into that race. You could really see it with respect to them getting right back in it when they got into that righty, and they were right neck and neck coming into that second windward mark.
So we are just 3 minutes 44 away from the next start. The U flag has gone up, so David Campbell-James, the race officer, is giving them half a chance. The fleet, if they are general recalled, everybody will be able to restart that race. I thought maybe he'd go straight for the black flag. I feel like just get the black flag in and make sure that everyone behaves themselves from start one.
Yeah, it's funny, especially in a race in a fleet where you're seeing a lot of recalls. The sailors don't mind the black flag; they kind of like it because people don't like to restart. They just want to get going and they want to get racing, and they're quite happy to punish those that are pulling everybody over the line.
Don't know if we've got an opportunity to see the leaderboard, but if we can, it would be interesting to see how Roble and Shea have managed to progress, because that was a good finish for them in second place, and also how will Grail and Kunze be on the leaderboard after getting a 17th in that race. So some profiting from today, some struggling. With 2 minutes to go, it looks like most are fighting for the right-hand end of the line. Not much traffic down at the pin end of the line. So I wonder if there are opportunities at the other end of the line. What kind of bias can you see on the line, Lisa?
Yeah, interestingly, it's from our we're seeing that the bias is a little bit less than it has been. So that may be telling us that we're in a little bit of right phase, and the sailors are seeing that the breeze is coming back, and they may be trying to set up for even a little bit more right before it starts to truck left. So I can see a little bit of pressure out to the left, so I think we're going to see a lot of lane holding coming off the start, and just trying to fire it out to that left-hand side.
Well, the left, if there wasn't much to choose between the two, but if you were going to pick a side from the first race, the left was the slightly stronger, wasn't it?
Yeah, but again, it goes to I think there might be a little bit more pressure over there, but again, it goes into phase. The poles did a great job of staying in phase and clicking into something on the right to take that back into the middle of the race course. So I think you've just got to be really, really on it with staying in phase, and then if you're fast, using your speed. Here come the Swedes. You can see they're a little bit late for the lineup.
Where are they, the Swedes?
They're just underneath Australia 44, close to the boat, and they're just above the Dutch. So that's a big, heavy-hitting lineup there right off the start, close to the boat.
25 seconds to go, and some of the boats in the middle of the start are getting perilously close to the start line. They must be less than a boat length away. Amongst those are Freya Black and Saskia Tidy, the Union Jack, and also I think a USA 42. I think I see pretty close to the line.
Yeah, USA 42.
5 seconds to go.
They've been high on the line the whole time.
2,
yeah.
1, off they go. That might be a clear start. Hard to tell.
Yeah, it looked clear to me. The issue with setting up so close is that you don't have any runway to do a really good acceleration. So you may see those boats fall off in the first couple seconds of the start. So the key to the start really is hitting the line with space to leeward of you so that you can play a good lane, having really good speed, and being on the line at go. Here you can see the Chinese again. Early tack. We had a port tacker there, and they are liking getting clear, sailing fast on their own, and getting out to the right.
Also a good start this side by GBR 230, who have just tacked. I'm surprised they've done that, because they had a good lane where they were, but they're onto starboard, and it looks like they're crossing all the port tackers. And will Eschagoyen be? No, Eschagoyen is having to do a massive duck in the middle of the picture to stay on port tack, so that was a bit of a giveaway by the Spanish. But out at the bottom of our screen, China 119, it's Hu and Yu, the heroes of yesterday, also sailing extremely well today, with the other Chinese team at China 727 struggling to hold their lane against their Chinese counterparts. That's Chen and Wang struggling to hold on, but we're looking at Hu and Yu here, looking very comfortable, and I'm still wondering, how did these guys get so good so quickly? Because we really haven't mentioned the Chinese much in FX racing in the past, but looking very steady, or as steady as you can do in this chop on St. Margaret's Bay. Do you think it's going to get progressively choppier as the day goes on, Lisa?
Yeah, I mean, it likely will, and we'll see a little bit of swell building from that, from the building of the sea breeze all the way out in the ocean, and that'll come in as swell. So you'll see it get a little bit bigger as well, and it'll feel a little bit more like swell. Now, we can see there that there's a whole bunch of boats that didn't tack off the start, and those are appearing to be our leaders right now, because we did talk about that little bit of righty off the start, and so they've been sailing in phase for a little bit longer. The Brazilians have finally got off the line here, and they're actually showing as our race leaders. So they're all the way over there at the top of the screen. They're at the head of that cone of those boats going out to the right, sailing in a little bit of a righty, and so we see if it's going to click back, then they may have a really nice spot. It almost looks like they can cross, and the Dutch are one of the boats that are there over on the right, coming back into the middle, and they're trying to reduce the distance over here to. There's a heavy hitting group out here on the right as well, so I think people are going to be a little bit worried about getting some massive leverage to this group over here.
Yeah, so Sweden 77, the biggest of the heavy hitters over this side, the fastest boat of the previous race, winners of the previous race. Will they be able to make that speed advantage stick on the right-hand side, or will the slightly better breeze on the left-hand side mean that we see some different leaders coming out of the left? Difficult to tell, but at the moment it's the Chinese who on our screen are furthest left, but in terms of the configuration of the race course, that makes them the furthest right boats. Lisa, how much ley line are we talking about before some of these boats have to tack?
Yeah, we're getting pretty close to having a maximum split between the right and the left, and the Chinese are going to have to be thinking about going here, and I think we should be able to see the mark in this drone shot fairly soon up on the top of the right-hand side of the screen. As you can see, it almost looks like there's a little bit more pressure there on the left in the middle of the race course. I quite like where the boats are coming back, leading out a little bit earlier from the left. There's a German team that's up there in the group, Hoffman and Bartelheimer, and they're kind of leading back a little bit early on the right, but they look like they've got another nice shift coming, and I think that group on the left has done a better job of staying in phase. Okay.
Meanwhile, Hu and Yu still got clear air, still leading out towards this side, but the other Chinese have managed to climb out on their line, and they're looking pretty good. But that's the tack from China 119. First onto starboard tack from the right-hand side. Australia 41 has also tacked. 727 choosing to go behind their Chinese teammates. And now Sweden 77 are series leaders. They get onto attack, as do Echegoyen and Barcelo from Spain.
Yeah, so this is the big move. This is going to tell us which side has picked the pressure and shift correctly, and whether or not those left-hand boats can get across the starboard tackers coming back here from the right. Right now, it looks like I think the left is going to be able to make a little bit of a gain, but again, just like the last race, it's going to be a matter of inches for these boats that are all sailing really well in this chop and sailing very closely to the same speeds. The Brazilians finally are putting together a pretty good race, and they are leading out of the left and pretty close to the ley line over there. You can see them. They're just up on the British, and they're the furthest most left boat here. It's hard to tell where they are in this shot, but you can see that the Belgians and the New Zealanders just look like they're a little bit more bow up than the rest of them. The Dutch, however, remember that we saw them over there with the Chinese, and they've done a good job of stepping back in and reducing some of the risk that they had out there. And I think they thought, no, this isn't the right place to be.
Okay, now where would you want to be right now? Do you want to be right, middle, or left as things stand at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think I'd like to be on the left. I think right now it looks like there might be a little bit more pressure out there, and I like these. you can see them almost bow even. The Belgians, the New Zealanders, the Dutch, and then you follow that line all the way over, and that's the Brazilians and the British. And it just looks like they've got really nice lanes, and they've got and they're sailing a little bit less distance than everybody else, who really tacked off that right shift that we had at the very beginning.
It also looks windier at the top of screen, further up and further over to the left. Do you think that's real, or is that a trick of the light?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell from here, but the one thing I would say is that you know, you have to do a close look at where your race course is with respect to the mouth of the bay, and how that may play into a little bit of left shore versus right shore, and what your course geometry is with respect to the geology of the actual bay itself.
Okay,
really important.
So big decisions to be made. Is that of some use to the people with local experience on the bay, sort of knowing how the St Margaret's Bay changes across the range of it?
Yeah, I think so, and it's really a feel of whether or not, you know, there's those funnels of breeze that are coming down from the mouth of the bay. It generally just seems like once the breeze is fully filled in, you know, you do get a little bit of that left wind, and it could be a little bit more consistent on the top left-hand side of race courses. Here you can see a really nice cross by the Germans.
Is that Germany 369?
Yeah. So that's Germany 369, Hoffmann and Bartelheimer, and they're again, you know, they're not even looking like they're they're just touching the top 10. There's more boats on the left that are going to cross these boats because, again, they're in phase.
Okay, so as far as what we see, Hoffmann and Bartelheimer, the best of this bunch, ahead of Netherlands 1, which is no mean feat, and ahead of Ali and Meech. But let's see what damage comes in from the left-hand side, and there we're seeing the boats that have done well on the left, as you said, Lisa. Brazil, also one of the Italians. Maybe two of the Italians, or that might be French. That's France, also doing well. And Great Britain coming across Brazil. Looks like Brazil might... Oh, no, Britain's going to attack in front. So they've just about managed it. So
yeah.
It looks like Britain is going to go around in the lead ahead of Brazil.
Yeah, slamming into the waves there after the tack. Really, you know, again, tough conditions. But Black and Tidy have been able to make even a little bit more leverage to the left work to their advantage.
That was a very good high-pressure tack, well executed by the British in front of Brazil. And now it's Great Britain, 24, who turned down for the hoist. Saskia Tidy getting the kite up. Brazil, a little bit of delay, going a little bit higher to defend against Italy. But actually, that's good positioning by the Brazilians.
Yeah,
France 84. You go ahead, Lisa.
Oh, yeah. So I was just about to say, I don't think we're going to see a lot of early jibers. There's a big pile up and a lot of boats on the starboard tack. Ley line here. Well, let's see if the Dutch, are they going to go for the jibe? And yes. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out for them, because they tried to extend away from the mark because there's going to be a big wind shadow behind all of these boats on starboard tack.
All near collision now. I think it was a collision between Spain 5 and USA 42. Don't know. It looks like there was a sudden stop. Yep. I'm not sure if USA 42 got away with that, but they're going in opposite directions. We'll have to see later. Not a great hoist by Sweden 77 as they do go for the jibe set, but they've got the red kite up and running now. But Sweden 77 struggling in this race at the moment.
Yeah, so you can see here now, the last race we had the leader out of the right rounded in third, and now here you can see the leaders out of the right are well back in the race, and so there was a big advantage to being in phase and getting in what looked like maybe a little bit more pressure on the left.
Yeah, not nearly as even a race course as we saw in race one. Much more favoured towards the left-hand side, or as you say, Lisa, maybe it's more subtle than that. Maybe it's playing the small shifts.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to look at the wind chart here, but it might be not even a small shift. It might be a big shift. Yeah, so yeah, we had quite a big right off the couple minutes after, and then there was a long trek all the way to left. So there was a big long shift all the way across that race course that the boats on the right were just on the wrong side of.
Okay, so Sweden 77, just to the right of our screen, they'll be kicking themselves, but they'll also be right now putting the past in the past, as they said in that interview, and just focusing on what they can get back in this race, because they know they've got the legs, they've got the speed to be able to overtake boats. Netherlands won. They were the first to jibe set in the previous race, and they managed to pull back places doing that. Let's see if Van Aanholt and Doots can pull back some places this time as they sail back towards the middle of the course with that black Jenica.
Yeah, I mean, they did a nice job of soaking really low and trying to get as much distance as they could away from that wind shadow before they did the jibe. And we'll see if getting clear of the big traffic on the course left as you look up will make gains for them. It does look like they actually made quite a few gains here, so we'll see how they go as they come back across.
Yeah, it gives you the space to be able to sail the boat how you want to, away from all the traffic. And yeah, let's see if it can be a winning move twice in a row for Van Aanholt and Doots. Meanwhile, Black and Tidy on the far side of the racecourse, still leading Germani and Bertuzzi from Italy, with Grail and Kunz in third place, the Brazilians.
Yeah, we've got the Dutch right back up into fifth place. So they've done a very good job of getting clear and of sailing fast on this run.
Incredible gains, and it suggests that the Dutch really have good straight line speed downwind.
Yeah, so we can see here, the British and the Italians are duking it out, and we finally got the Brazilians back in the hunt, and it's going to be an interesting mark rounding here at the gate to see which side they choose and how they play this this next leg. So we saw a long walk to the left in that first beat, and now the breeze is settled back out a little bit and come back right a tiny little bit, which is how the Dutch made a little bit of a gain on this run. And
I think you're understating it with a little bit of a gain. I mean, that's a really significant gain, I would say. I mean, they're really right back in this race again. Yeah.
So you can see there's some pressure on the left. So I think we're probably going to see some of the sailors wanting to take some of this back over to the left.
So Britain going out towards the left, Italy going out to the right, and now we've got Brazil going out to the right as well, but I suspect we're not going to see them stay on that port tack for too long. And it's Netherlands going around the left-hand gate mark, following Great Britain out there, and French boats Stayart and Picon. Bit of a shabby drop from the French. Charlene Picon, Olympic champion in RSX windsurfing, learning how to get the best out of the front of the 49er FX, and they get that kite away before Belgium and Norway go around that mark. And another British boat, GBR 230, just going round the left-hand mark. That's Brickwood and Orton having a good race.
Yeah, and you can see how in the middle of this race course for these girls, how tight this racing actually is. I mean, there's just boat length after one boat after the other, bow to stern, coming in, and they've got to manage a lot of traffic to try and get around this mark and have a good boat handling around it so that they can hold a tight lane and get out and start getting back into phase.
And the boats that were doing well on the right-hand side of the first beat, the Chinese, Bobeck and Netzler from Sweden, they're going round the mark around now in the late teens, and it just goes to show just how much it paid to be left on that first leg. Spain going around the mark and immediately tacking onto port. Very slow maneuver, but at least Echegoyen and Barcelo are now in clear air as they sail back towards the middle of the course. But not a great race for the Spanish. In fact, not a great day so far for the Spanish either. 19th in the first race, 27th in the next. They've now dropped out of the top three overall. So Spain, who I expected to be doing better on a day like today, really not making the most of it.
Yeah, and you can see here that it's almost an even split, 50-50 between the number of boats going right versus left. It does look like the breeze just after the mark, just after the leaders finished, the breeze did click a little bit right, and now it's evened out again. It's a little bit unsteady, so it'll be again interesting to see whether or not that right shift when they rounded is going to pay for Black and Tidy out there, because they're on starboard tack, versus the Italians, who appeared to be sailing a little bit of a knock, and you know, if it goes back left now, then they're going to have to sail a knock back. So
what you're trying to tell the Italians through the TV screen is they need to be tacking.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll see. Right now, it's you know, I mean, it's right to neutral. So you know, they're leading and they're winning. So they might want to take a little bit of that back over. But
oh, sorry,
that's
the
just
British, the British, do you mean, or the Italians?
Yeah. So the British have tacked.
Right.
So they're coming back over across, and the Italians are starting to get bowed down a little bit. So as soon as you get a number that you want it, that you know is telling you that you got to flip over, you might want to think about it.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe there are gains to be made on the right-hand side on this second beat. It does seem to be shifting from one side to the other. So that's great. That's what we want to see, because it means we've got opportunities on both sides of the racecourse. And whilst it didn't work out too well on the first beat, Germani and Bertuzzi are leading the charge out to the right. It's a 10 at the bottom of your screen. That's who we're talking about. With Brazil 12, we are worried about their boat speed in these conditions, but it looks like once they've got their nose out with a bit of clear air, that Brazil 12 are actually doing pretty fine in these conditions.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe they just got a little bit unsettled, and also the thing is that, you know, you've got tuning in the rig and everything, and maybe they were just a little bit, you know, not quite dialed into the conditions for the first race, and they might have done a little bit of tuning in between to get their boat speed back up to where it should be.
Yeah, that's very true. So small changes in how you tweak the rig and how the mast, the bend of the mast affects the sails. Also, where you put your dagger board, whether you have it fully down or pull it slightly up for a bit less grip in the water, but less resistance in the water as well. Tuning all of those things can be the difference between holding your lane out at the start or falling into the second or third row. Yeah,
exactly. So, so you can see here, yeah, the Italians are still going out to the right. We're probably getting pretty close to the ley line, and they're going to have to start making a move. They are. You can see now that they're legging out on the Brazilians. The Brazilians look like they're legging out on the. Oh, and here's the tack. This is what I was talking about. Once the bows of the boats that are just to windward of you start pointing at your stern, you know you've got a good number to go back. And so that's what you kind of want to see. You want to see the boats to windward falling into you, and that's telling you that that you've got a nice number to tack back on, and that you should be able to be in phase once you tack.
Okay, so Italy 10 winning the race on the right-hand side of the race course, but how will things be when they come back together with Great Britain and the Netherlands coming from the far side? Britain and the Netherlands look a little bit exposed over there all by themselves. The left not nearly so popular this time round, but who will come back ahead?
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. The Dutch are sailing fast. The Italians are sailing fast. I think the Italians might have been a little bit more pressure. They've got their average speed showing as 9.3, and they're the only ones. Black and Tidy are at 9, so they might have had a little bit more pressure, and they're sailing fast.
So good sailing so far by Black and Tidy today. Bobeck and Netzler, meanwhile, they need to be making the best of what they've got out there, because they know they're fast in these conditions, but they have been struggling to get inside the top 10. Let's see what kind of gains the Swedes can make on this second beat, and if they can salvage something after a poor first windward leg in this race.
Yeah, so the it's showing that these boats are really bow even. You can see as they're coming together, the top 4 boats, Brazil, Italy, Great Britain, and the Dutch are very, very even coming into this windward mark. So it's really going to be a matter of inches as far as whether that little bit of left shift is the last one, and or whether the right shift is. It looks like it's going to be left. The British boat looks like they are going to be able to tack in front of the British and the Italians. and lead them back to the mark, which is boding well for the Dutch up there, who took a little bit of extra risk and extra distance over there on the left. So it'll be interesting once the British snuggle in beside the Italians and lead back to the mark, which they should do in a second. It'll be really interesting to see how the British do on the Dutch as they approach the mark.
Yeah, okay, so that is the British tacking just to leeward of the Italians. It looks like GBR 24 is just about up to speed. Italy hasn't quite got the opportunity to roll them. And now there's a boat speed race between Italy and Great Britain, with Brazil further down to leeward. And we wait a few more seconds to see how Van Aanholt and Doets are going to fit in to the gap between these three boats coming in on starboard for the last time to the windward mark.
Yeah, so talk about moding. You know, the British and the Italians here. The British want to make sure that that they've nailed the ley line, and they don't have to pinch, because the minute they have to pinch in these waves, the Italians are going to roll right over top of them. But if they're comfortable with the fact that they're on the ley line, then they'll be able to keep their bow moving and try and make it a little bit difficult for the Italians. The Italians look like they've got some good speed going here. On the Brits, and they're rolling into this windward mark. As we pan out, there's the Dutch. So it looks like the British did a really good job of exiting the left-hand side when they did, because it does look like the very end of this was a little bit right, and so the Dutch had to sail a little bit of a knock coming back in the last little bit.
Yeah. So and Italy done very well on the right-hand side, and so it's mostly paid left on the first beat, mostly paid right on the second beat, but the British playing the shifts a little bit more up the middle, done a really good job with that, as Freya Black and Saskia Tidy get ready for the hoist just ahead of Germani and Bertuzzi. Who's going to get the better hoist here? Italy dives down. Oh, it's a slow hoist. I wonder if there's a problem on board the British boat. That's given the Italians an opportunity to dive down. Will they get underneath the bad air of the British boat? They've got tactical advantage here, but if the Brits can get back over the top of Italy and take their air, then the Brits can salvage that race lead. But at the moment, they are going all out to try and get over the top of Italy. It looks like they might just manage it.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a trouble for the Italians. They're having to manage a little bit of traffic as they come back, as they're trying to keep clear of the Brits. And it does look like the Brits are able to salvage that and get over top of the Italians.
I don't know if it was a momentary trawl or what it was, but the British 49er really stopped up for a moment. It looks like they were going to lose the lead completely to Italy just then. Yeah,
and now the British have done a good job of soaking back down and trying to get on the Italians' line. You don't want somebody to be too low of you as you're sailing downwind, because when you jibe and you start going back towards the mark, you run the risk of having the boat jibe on top of you, and then you're right back in the opposite situation that you were in with the Italians before. So these girls have done a really good job of sailing a lower angle and fast and getting back on the Italians' line.
And they're really low on their trapezes, and I don't think the Italians are trapezing with as much aggression and trapezing as low as these Brits.
Yeah, that was a really nice shot of the girls being all the way at the back of the boat, trying to get as much of the boat out of the water as possible, reducing the wetted surface. They're planing, so anything that's in the water right now is just drag. So they're really trying to get the boat, and then the spinnaker also is pulling the boat down. Every time you get any puff, you've got a little bit of imbalance between the pressure in the sails and the pressure in the water, and that's going to just give you even more advantage to drag your apparent wind down.
And look how they're stretching away from the Italians now as the British go into a jibe. And Saskia Tidy was always fast with her previous helm, Charlotte Dobson, in the breeze. They were leading Tokyo 2020 for the first half of the Olympic regatta, and then when the breeze dropped light, they couldn't maintain that momentum and they fell out of the medals. But I think one of the weaknesses for Dobson and Tidy was that they were both tall, collectively quite heavy between them compared with most of their rivals. Now she's sailing with a smaller helm with Freya Black, and a question for Tidy is, can they get the same kind of speed in a breeze? Well, on the strength of this, they're going very, very well indeed.
Yeah, and so just talking about the smaller helm, that may have been part of the issue with the Barraway. So as you go for the bear away, the crew comes off the wire when the boat is under control and the bow is all the way down. If the bow isn't all the way down, the load on the sails will wind the boat back up. And if your skipper isn't as heavy as some of the other ones, you actually have to go down further in order to get that boat balanced. And with a small skipper, they don't have as much leverage to keep the bow down, and that may have been part of the issue. There is just a little bit of the timing of when Saskia left the wire.
I think that's right. I mean, Saskia collectively, between the two of them, is a much heavier part of the whole crew weight. So the precision of getting that right, there's a much higher emphasis on it. Anyway, they got away with it, and in a straight line, they seem to be very fast. They stretch further away from Germany, and Bertuzzi have now dropped to third, behind Van Aanholt and Doos.
Yeah, so just behind these girls, the Dutch did a really good job of jibing when the British did and kind of staying bow even with them. And I think they've made a pass on the other boats that were directly behind the Italians. So there's going to be a real fight for second, third, and fourth here behind the British. The British are very close to their ley line. They're not quite there yet, but there you can see an image of the Dutch, and they've done a very good job of getting out of that track of boats on the left-hand side, and they're going to be very close to the Brazilians and the Italians, and you can see the Italians have lost to the Brazilians as well. I think they did a late jibe coming back across.
Yeah, I'm surprised how slow the Italians have been down here. They really seem to be struggling with straight line speed, which the differences shouldn't be as great as we've seen. But anyway, congratulations to Black and Tidy, a win in that race, and that could well move them up into the top three. So these two girls, still relatively new pairing, Freya Black approaching Saskia Tidy a few months back saying, I know that you're looking for a new partner. Charlotte Dobson's retired. Well, I think I could be that sailing partner for you. And Saskia Tidy was really impressed with the directness of Freya Black's approach and said, you know what, you sound like you've got what it takes. Let's give it a go.
And she apparently does. So here we can see some of the other boats crossing the line. The Brazilians right back in it, and they're telling the rest of the fleet that they're ready to play. And I believe it looks like the Dutch did a really good job on that downwind, solidifying a second place, which is pretty nice, seeing as they had their work cut out for them after the first beat.
So let's see who else is coming down. That's the Spanish that are just finishing, but on this side it's USA 42 about to cross the line, and then Australia 47 coming in behind them. And I'm wondering, where are those Swedes? Is that the Swedes just jibing there as we see? So looks like the Swedes are perhaps just in the top
with
10
Robel
or
and
just
Shea
outside?
there. Yeah, that's the Polish, Robel and Shea, and the Swedes all finishing together. I think the Americans might have got the Swedes, and then there's the Chinese and the Belgians coming across the line.
Spain 23, they haven't managed to make much of that race. Normally they're much faster in these conditions, but Spain 23 having a tough day of it. And I thought we were going to see greater gains by Bobeck and Netzler. They didn't have a great first beat, but they didn't make much of an impression after that either, and that surprises me a little bit.
Yeah, and I think sailors are getting caught a little bit, this is just my assumption, but a little bit into like which side is working. And again, sea breezes are dangerous that way because it's really about the shift. And they tend to be long winders and long shift, and the second beat was a little bit more even, but you've really got to stay in phase.
Yeah, and that's what you keep reminding me of, Lisa. I keep on thinking in terms of sides, and you're reminding me there's a little bit more subtlety to it than that.
Yeah. I've almost eliminated my training group with my athletes about talking about sides, unless we've got we're in guard and we've got a big wall in beside us. It's just sometimes it's a dangerous mindset to get into.
Yeah. I tend to think in fast boats like this that maneuvers are such high tariff things to do that you want to minimize tax, especially on a day like today, and therefore you should pick a side. But you're proving me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think the maneuvers are still, they're not doing a lot of them throughout the whole race course, including tacks and jibes. Black and Tidy only did 8. So that's still a really nice low number, but it's about choosing when you're doing those and where you're going when you're doing them. And I think one of the keys for them, getting them back into the lead of this race, was not going all the way to the left, but choosing that precise moment when they felt like this is our exit time to get back over and get in touch with those boats on the right, because this is the number that we want to see, and we're going to take this pressure and this shift back across. And that was key in the second beat.
Right. Well, in that case, I want you to use the analytics to see if your hunch about the smartness of the British is correct, because I want to see a lower distance sailed from them compared with some of the others. While you do that, let's take a look at the leaderboard and just see how things stand. So, back up at the top, thanks to a second place in that race, is Van Aanholt and Doots, whilst Bobeck and Netzler, a 14th place, drops them back into second overall. Black and Tidy winning that race gets them up into third place for the first time today. Still a bit of a gap to the top two, but they are making moves. Eschagoyen and Barcelo are 19th and 17, drops them out of the chocolates into fourth. Maloney and Hobbs, not a great race for them. They still in fifth. Melzaka and Jankoviak, a bit of an average day, okay for them. They're in sixth. Suarez and Cantero from Spain, pretty average day for them. They're in seventh. Grail and Kunz, very different kind of two races for them. A 17th in the first race, pretty woeful performance, followed up by a much better third, puts them in eighth. Robel and Shea, their momentum has been broken somewhat. That first and second, followed by a 12th in that race, puts them back to ninth. Ali and Meach, 19th, nothing to write home about to New Zealand for that one, but they are still hanging on in there in 10th place. So Van Aanholt and Doots back in the driving seat. Bobeck and Netzler, you know you've got the wheels for a day like today. What are you going to do about it, Sweden? Meanwhile, Lisa.
Yeah, so just looking at the second upwind comparatively with the British Black and Tidy against the Dutch Van Aanholt and Doots, you know, similar speeds. The Dutch were a little bit faster, you know, which we might expect from a team that strong. But the distance sailed again. The Black and Tidy, by just tacking that little bit earlier, they saved themselves. They saved themselves about 15 meters, which at the end of the day is getting that nice tack on that ley line, nestled up underneath the Italians, and or they would have had a tack behind the Italians and not been able to lead their way into the mark. So that's definitely a strong difference.
Okay, so we have an interview lined up, so let's see if we can throw to that now. About the Bluenose, this wonderful yacht built in, what, the early 1900s, was it?
Yeah, so it was built in Lunenburg, my hometown where I grew up, in 1921. This is the Bluenose II, so this is a replica that goes around Canada and the eastern U.S. and you know, represents you know, East Coast sailing and a true era of yacht building and of racing. So the racing of these yachts.
We are on day 4 of the 2022 Nacra 17 49 and 49 hour FX Worlds. And what a treat we have this morning. It's luckily a nice calm morning. We have the Bluenose II schooner. If you look, it's all over the place around here. It's on the license plate for Nova Scotia. And we are here with Captain Watson. Nice to meet you, Captain Watson.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
I'm awesome. So, you know, to a lot of these sailors, they're not going to see this until they rock up this morning. They're so hyper-focused on this World Championship. But I know they're all like really great sailors at heart, and they're going to love seeing this. So tell us a little bit about the Bluenose and why it's here.
So Bluenose II is an ambassador vessel for the province of Nova Scotia, and we're a replica vessel of a 1921 fishing schooner. And in those days, they were racing Best American, Best Canadian fishing schooner, and the original Bluenose won the trophy in 1921 and never lost it until the last race in 1938.
Awesome. And this is a replica, and these schooners, they used to race to go fishing too, probably, but this one was more of a racing schooner?
No, this was actually a fishing schooner. She spent most of her time fishing. So there would be international races from time to time, sometimes 4 years between races, but she bested her American competitors every chance that she got.
Awesome. Well, it's such an impressive boat. And, you know, in Canada, we know a lot about the junior training schemes in the country, but what kind of training is done on the Bluenose II?
This is all on-the-job training, so we take young people from across Nova Scotia and some from across Canada, and they come with zero experience. And we teach them how to do bright work and how to paint and how to set topsails aloft and steer and be at sea at night, and we teach them the whole thing.
Cool. And what does that do for a young person going forward? Some people can look at this and say, you know, oh, the future is these fast boats or fast super yachts or something like that. What does it do for a young person to get training on the Bluenose II?
I think, you know, the future is fast yachts and fast boats, but it, you know, it's work ethic, it's self-confidence, it's ability to stand and talk to people you don't know, it's ability to tackle something that you've never done before and have a successful outcome.
Awesome. Well, I think that your crew shares a lot of the same values as the Olympic sailors do too. So we hope we get to see you and the crew on shore. And for now, thanks for bringing the beautiful scenery and inspiration.
You're welcome. Thanks for coming out to see us.
Awesome. And then we'll just go back to the studio and watch the rest of the racing for day 4.
Great to see the Bluenose here, and what a wonderful craft that is. And for its day, it was just about the fastest boat around. It was the 49er of its day, wasn't it?
It was, you know, and it was the most winningest 49er. And I don't believe it ever got it was ever beaten in a race. You know, to the Canadians' credit, the Americans tried many times. So it used to race for the Fisherman's Cup. And, you know, it was really all about getting out to the fishing grounds as fast as possible and then getting the fish back as fast as possible. So speed was all about efficiency and all about good business back then.
And Canada, it's had a go at the America's Cup a few times in the past. It's been a while since we've seen that happen, but good to see Canada doing so well in Sail GP. That must be a source of national pride right now.
Yeah, it really is. Everybody's really excited that we've got some of our national team athletes on that boat and a lot of Canadian representatives on learning and being a part of that great Formula One of sailing. It's been pretty exciting.
It's a high pressure environment, and I get the sense for sailors that have been in that world for a little bit, like for example Dylan Fletcher and Stu Bithell, they went on to win the Olympic gold medal in the 49er last year. That really affected the way that they went back to their Olympic campaigns. Anyway, Chris is ready in the boat park, so let's see who Chris has got.
Awesome. All right, day 4. I'm here with Riley Schutt from the U.S. sailing team. How are you doing, Riley?
Hey, good, Chris. Good to see you again.
Good to see you too. Now, you know, we've talked to physios, we've talked to rules experts when we've been at these regattas. Riley's the first person I've talked to who's the technology manager for the U.S. sailing team, or what's the real term?
Yeah, I'm an engineer for the team, so the head of technology.
Awesome. And when I walked into the booth, or into the tent, Riley was looking at the screen, looking at all the SAP tracking data that everyone else was looking at. He had his cell phone out, he was watching the videos, and he's collecting a lot of data. I mean, from the outside, we look at the sailors, we think, oh, it's just all in the water. You know, the sailors are gonna tell us what's going on. But what's your job with the team?
Yeah, so a lot, like the same thing that the commentators are doing for the whole fleet. I'm looking at that kind of data just for the US sailors to try and, you know, give them information when they get back to shore so we know exactly what happened that day.
Awesome. And as far as the data coming off the boats, I mean, how much of it do you really use? Does it come all the way down to speed through a turn and those kind of details?
Yeah, so we look at speed through maneuvers, overall speeds and angles during the courses, what, you know, whether it was a race that was dictated by shifts in the wind or whether it was pure boat speed that day.
Cool. And do you ever uncover something like a little nuance for a particular boat or team where they're really working on something and you find like a little silver bullet?
Yeah, I mean, our sailors are really good, so I'd say the vast majority of the time they know why they did well or didn't do well, but sometimes there's just trends that we pick up in the data from the SAP tracking that, you know, weren't obvious to the coaches when they were there just in the coach boat.
Awesome. Well, we don't have a ton of time, but I want to talk about you. Are you a sailor yourself, and what brought this engineer to the U.S. sailing team?
Yeah, so I'm a sailor. I'm going to do the IOD Worlds in a couple weeks, but yeah, my background is aerospace engineering. I did a PhD at Cornell where I was looking at the aerodynamics around small boat sails and met some coaches on the team, decided I would try and apply that information to help the US team go faster.
Cool. And as we see with like Sail GP, it's almost like that whole program, you know, it revolves around collecting data and sharing that data to get better as teams. Do you think more work can be done with even just small one designs like this to collect more data and improve performance?
No, absolutely. And I think we see that there's a number of companies, Sailmon, Vaqueros, Velocitech, are all working on easy to use ways of getting water or getting data on these boats on the water.
Cool. And I know there's a company called Kinetics too that kind of collects a lot of data from different sources and puts them in a useful format for teams to use. And I guess the last thing I'm going to ask is, do you travel with the team everywhere they go, and do you work with other parts of U.S. Sailing besides the U.S. Sailing team?
Yeah, so I don't travel everywhere we go. I mean, we have people spread all over the world, but I was able to drive up here since I live in New York, so it was a long drive, but this was a good event to come to. And yeah, my role is primarily on the U.S. Sailing team. We're also involved with other parts of U.S. Sailing to try and bring the level of sailing up in the whole country.
Awesome. Just a couple seconds left, but are there a lot of other people just like you on other teams?
I think there are. I mean, I've talked to Adam May in the last Olympics. We used to work together and chatted while we were in Tokyo, and I know there's, people similar to me on a number of the teams.
Awesome, Riley. Well, Riley Schutt from the U.S. Sailing team, thank you so much. And we've got another race starting soon. Thanks for watching. We'll keep walking around the boat park.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Chris. We've got just less than 2 minutes to go to the start of the next race. Lisa, we've just been talking with Chris about data analysis. What data analysis have you been doing, and where would you want to start on this line?
Yeah, so right now it just seems like the breeze is a little bit left of where the race committee thinks the average breeze is. So the line is a little bit biased to the left, regardless of whether or not we seem to be in a right or a left shift. So I think the sailors are going to get a little bit of an advantage, and you can see that now they're starting to truck down the line, and there's a few set up down there closer to the line. We've got who's that set up? Again, Wilmot and Reinecke are pretty high on the line there in the middle, and I think that was the same boat that did that before, kind of showing people we know where the line is. So the breeze is clicking pretty quickly back and forth between in a range of five degrees. So, but I think you want to have a good lane, and you want to be, I think, a little bit further down the line right now. It's going to give you a little bit more of an advantage.
In which case, you don't want to be Netherlands 1 with 30 seconds to go. They're right by the committee boat. They're not paying much attention to what you're saying, Lisa. Let's see how they're going to do. Jo Aleh and Molly Meach also right up there. New Zealand 75, along with one of the Japanese teams. And who's right at the pin end that you can see?
Yeah, so we've got...
we've got 8 seconds, so let's just count it in. Yeah. Let's just see how it goes. 4, 3, 2, 1. It looks like it's going to be a clean start, and it looks like good starts in the middle for China, Belgium, and Germany, from what I can see. And then Hu and Yu are the first out to this right-hand side. They're starting near the committee boat, the Chinese boat 119.
Yeah, so you can see there was a couple of dips there. I think there were some people who they started in a little bit of left, and again, it's harder to get to the line when your bow is further away from the line. And again, we can see that our race leader is Croatia, who won the pin. So, but it's going to be again a matter of, can you stay in phase? So let's see how this works out for them. The breeze from the start has been steadily moving a little bit further right. So that's going to pay for the boats that are currently on starboard tack. So if it clicks back again for that Croatian team, and they can get a good number coming back across, they're going to look pretty good.
Okay, well, we wish the best for the De Michele Vetturis. We saw that amazing port tack start yesterday. It didn't work out too well for them, but let's see how that pin end start goes today.
Yeah, so you can see there's a boat that was in that left group, but is punched out ahead, but is a little bit higher. That's Black and Tidy. So they've done another good job of starting closer to the favored end, staying in phase, and punching out around the group ahead of them, and they're now tracking like they're in second.
Right, okay, so the Brits could be coming on strong today. Let's see how that goes. China really keen on punching out to this side. China 119, bottom left of your screen. It doesn't matter what happens, they always seem to want to come out to this side of the race course. Worked out well in the first race, didn't go so well in the second race. And if you're listening to Lisa Ross, you want to be more flexible with your approach and with your thinking, because she is seeing opportunities more from the shifts than picking a side here.
Yeah, I mean, it is tricky because you definitely don't want to be sailing yourself into the middle of the race course, and then you kind of get passed by both sides. So you do have to try and pick something and win your side. But again, like Saskia and
Freya Black and Saskia?
Freya Black. I keep wanting to say Charlotte. Like they showed, it's about picking your time coming back from your side. That's really key, and not just pinning it all the way out to the lay line, because that's not always the right time when the shift is there.
Yeah, well, if your tacks are as bad as mine, then you wouldn't want to tack more than once on a beat. But obviously, that's not what we're talking about here. But the maneuver loss is still a factor. We see the Swedes actually in the middle of our screen just tacking onto starboard now. They know they're fast. Can they put themselves in a place on the racecourse where they can capitalize on that? The breeze, as you can see on the right-hand side, or the water anyway, looking a little bit darker. So as they get further up the racetrack, it looks like the breeze might be stronger, or that might be a trick of the light. What do you think, Lisa?
Yeah, I mean, I think it might be. It's tough to tell because, again, sometimes it does look like it's the further away you get, the windier it does get. But I do think that these boats that have tacked over onto starboard are tacking on a nice number. So this does look like it's a little bit further right. And, if you were the Chinese, I think you'd and the Polish here, the Polish look like they're doing really well. You might want to take some of this good number back across and limit your leverage away from what is basically 80% of the fleet.
Yeah. Look pretty exposed over here. And we've got some different names up at the front on the leaderboard. Those Demicheli Vituri sisters from Croatia, still capitalizing on that amazing pin end start that they managed to get. And then we're seeing a few more familiar names that we've talked about. Roble and Shea up there, Black and Tidy, winners of the previous race. And meanwhile, what do you see, Lisa?
Yeah, so I think if we can, as soon as we see the left side of the race course, we're going to see that the Croatians have just tacked over and they're coming back across. And so they're really going to be wanting to see some of those left-hand numbers as they come back across. But they are looking quite nice and strong over there. And there may be a little bit of breeze that's in their favor.
China 119 looking extremely exposed on the bottom right-hand part of your picture. And they really are putting all their chips on this side of the roulette table. Poland 888 coming out this side. Grail and Kunz doing better on the left-hand side, on the far side. These are the boats on the right. They must surely be looking at attack pretty soon because top right, you can see the yellow of the windward mark up there.
Yeah. So it's definitely looking like they're going to have to go. The Croatians have had some really nice speed over this race so far. Averaging really high numbers, and so they're looking pretty good coming out of the left.
So China pretty much tacked on the ley line. Meanwhile, Echegoyen and Barcelo, that's a new name to be talking about for this race. We know the Spanish can be quick in these conditions. We haven't seen it yet today.
Yeah, and so we talked about the Swedish, their tack and the timing of them coming out of the right there. And so we're just going to see them and the Spanish. They all kind of tacked at the same time to try and touch back in with that left group. And it does look like it paid for them. And that bodes well for the Polish as well, coming back out from, and you can see them just below the Chinese there coming back out of the right. So, I'm liking where the Spanish are and the Swedish linking in with that left group. You can see how many boats are over there on the top of your screen. Just looks like a whole bunch of dots from here, but that's the majority of the fleet. And so I think they've got some good pressure out there, and they're going to be wanting to take a strong line back to the mark.
Italy 10 also out this way. We saw Germani and Bertuzzi do well in the previous race. They were leading that race briefly. They finished fourth, but they are struggling on this side of the race course as USA 42 tacks pretty much on their line. Can Italy 10 hold a clean lane ahead of USA 42 or to one side of them? It looks like they just about can. But the bigger picture for any of these sailors on this side is how are the boats on the left-hand side going to come back across as the fleet is now on a line of convergence.
Yeah, so again, talking about moding, these boats here that are all the way over on the ley line, they're going to be wanting to go, they're going to be wanting to up their speed just as a little bit. So bow down and fast, as we like to say, to try and maximize their speed as they get across, and trying to make sure that the port tackers don't get across them as they're approaching the mark.
Yeah, these are the boats on starboard with the advantage if there's anyone on a collision course. But more importantly than that is if the port tackers have got good breeze on that side of the course, they're not going to be on a collision course. They're going to cross clear ahead.
Yeah, so it's looking like right now, again, we're getting a little bit of a click to the right as the boats are coming back up, and the Polish are looking quite strong. You can see them, they're just kind of at the pointy end of the arrow of these boats coming back across on the right-hand side, and they're almost getting lifted up to the ley line. They're not quite there, so they're going to have to do a couple maneuvers to get back up to the ley line. But they're pretty much bow even, again with the Swedes. So the Swedes are that lead boat that's coming out of the left. And, they did a really good job of linking in with that left group. And they're going to be leading out of their side. It's, again, even right to left, bow even almost identically between who's leading out of what side.
So Bobeck and Netzler doing a good job of working the shifts, working the gusts up the middle right-hand side of the course, and then getting further over to left, further up the race course. China actually looking pretty good here.
Yeah, I mean, they've limited their maneuvers. They one-tacked that beat. They started on port, and then they tacked on the ley line, and they're moving really well, and they're going fast. They almost overstood the ley line, so they've got a lot of room to sail fast here towards the Swedish and the Polish. And here come the Swedish and the Polish at the Chinese, and with this little bit of right shift, the Chinese, I think they've got the Swedes, but they might not have the Poles. So we'll see as they tack over how the Polish are going to just be on the inside, and that's that overstand.
Right, so a little bit of an expensive overstand, but really not too bad at all for Hu and Yu. China 119. And it's going to be very close between them and Poland 888. It's the exact same two that were racing around together at the front of the fleet in light wind conditions yesterday. Poland 888 going for the jibe set. How often do you see the race leader go straight into a jibe set? That is a very, very punchy move by Poland. And they better make sure they get across ahead of those port tackers coming upwind.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want to have in that right shift, though. So here you can see Can 6 pulling that jibe set as well, the Lou and LaFrance sisters. They're really trying to play the shifts downwind and stay in phase.
So that will be really interesting to see if that is a gain for Poland. They have to go back through the traffic to pull that maneuver off. So very brave call by Melzaka and Jankowiak, which makes life a little bit simpler for Hu and Yu going round. Belgium in a bit of problems at the windward mark, just about getting round and avoiding the traffic.
Robel and Shea overstanding the ley line on port tack there and having to weave around the boats coming around on starboard. Tricky.
So we got an interesting split going on between Poland, who did the jibe set, and Hu and Yu, who did the straight set. And I seem to remember yesterday, it was very different conditions, but the same two teams we're talking about. Wasn't it always the Poles that did the jibe set yesterday?
Yeah. So again, going back to this, I think this is a little bit of playing the pressure that you think might be on the left versus the shift that you just rounded in on the right. So we'll see how that works out as they jibe back, whether there might be a little bit more pressure there on the left going down, or whether or not that shift is going to make a difference for the Polish.
Tactically, it makes no sense to me. Most of the top 10, if not all of them, are going to be doing a straight set. If you do a straight set in the lead, you're protecting your advantage. If you do a jibe off, yes, you might make a gain, but you might lose 10.
Yeah, well, so the Lou and the Frances, who rounded, I think, in 7th or 8th, they did the jibe set right behind the Poles, and now they're tracking as second place. And the Dutch were right behind them. So our one of our top two in the top, where are they? Top two in the
Dutch, they're back
overall
in the lead overall. So yeah, they're right up there.
Yeah.
And we've seen them jibing off a lot today, doing jibe sets when they've been further back in the pack. I'm suggesting that the Poles are being a little bit over brave doing a jibe set, but it seems like it's working for them.
Yeah, and we actually see that you know, they've got a nice angle coming back across the rest of the group, and they've got starboard tack advantage now as they approach the marks. So they might be able to, you know, to have a little bit more say as to how they approach the gate.
Okay. But it is very close between China and Poland, as we said so often yesterday, and it's a matter of meters between them right now as they converge towards the bottom of the course. And then they have that choice of which gate mark are they going to choose. And I'm trying to educate myself more to which part of the phase of the wind shift I'm in. But I find this extremely difficult to do downwind. When you've got so many dynamic things to think about, you've got gusts varying the angle that you sail downwind way more than the wind shift when you're sailing a fast asymmetric skiff. But what's your sense of which side of the course you would want to choose for the early stages of beat 2?
Yeah, so it is interesting. The wind seems to be a little bit variable. You can see those pressure lines coming down, and those are all bringing like little minute shifts. And here we see the poles just getting ahead of the
Is that Swedes? I don't know if that's Swedes on the left, or if that, I think that's
no, that was the Swedish. The Swedish just jibed behind them, in front of the Canadians, and then this is the Chinese coming down here with the orange kite at that group. You can see the Canadian flag clearly there of Louis and France sisters, and so
that was a small gain for Melzacker and Jankowiak, a massive risk, I would still say, but it was a small gain, to be fair to the Poles. And Hu and Yu have dropped back to third behind Bobeck and Netzler.
Yeah, and so now here you can see the Polish are rounding the right-hand gate. It is a little bit of a right phase. As they round, the Swedes are following them as well. And then the Canadians and the Chinese are choosing the other gate. So the Canadians and the Chinese in a right shift are
capsize. Who's that? Let's see if we can work out who's just tipped in.
Is that the Brazilians with the French?
It's the right color kite. I think it's French.
Yeah. I think it might be the French there.
This is Brazil coming in overstood on the right-hand side.
With the purple kite.
Ragging the kite. I think that's Brazil. We'll see when the kite comes down. But this breeze is up. Yeah. And some of them, there's another capsize. Another purple Jenica. This is not a popular sail color right now. 2 purple kites in the drink.
Yeah, so a little bit of pressure up, puff on here. And again, the boats are, and here's another capsize. The boats are really, really close together. Maneuvers are hard, and the communication has to be so on, because if the skipper starts to do something with the helm that the crew's not ready for when they're in the middle of the boat, then you've got some big problems. And I think, you know, a lot of times that's what's happening. People aren't on the same page as to what's going on, and sometimes you're changing in the middle of the maneuver.
It's a pretty ugly scene for some of them, but isn't that a beautiful shot?
Yeah.
I mean, that is a great shot of a bay day in Nova Scotia right there.
Yeah, and you can see the sea breeze just like coming down, and it can be pretty unsteady. There's a lot of little shifts, and I think the little shifts can really suck some sailors into sailing into the middle of the race course. But there's generally some like longer trends, and those are really the ones that you wanna get in phase with. And I think right now the longer phase was we rounded in a righty, and then we may be in a little bit of a left, which will favor the boats that went around the left-hand gate starting on starboard. So we'll have to see what happens here as we get up and the boats actually tack. But right now, it actually looks like the poles are doing quite well rounding the leeward gate. The right gate.
Yeah, it looked. You said they were in a right phase as the leaders went round. To me, it looked like the poles were actually coming out of the leeward gate, the right-hand leeward gate, quite high.
Yeah. So it clicked back quite hard right after they went around. So it's unstable, and I think it's really about those longer phases. Canadians took a little bit more hitch out to the left, and now, as you can see again, now the Canadians are actually tracking like they're in the lead. But those top 4 boats, we've got the Canadians, the Chinese, the Swedes, and the Polish. They're essentially bow even, and those little tiny clicks in the breeze as they get up to the windward mark with even speed, that's going to be the indicator of who crosses and who has to take a stern as they go around the windward mark.
This is really beginning to even up again, isn't it? And there are opportunities from both sides of the racecourse. But for you, Lisa, to see Canada in the lead right now, that's an exciting moment.
Yeah, I mean, these girls have had a little bit of a tough slog in this regatta. I know they are really the local favorites. They grew up in Chester, which is the town that's just over in the next bay, and so again, just being a local adds on expectation, maybe over and above where you are at this particular moment in your career. But they have a lot of really good things coming their way, and so this is nice execution for them, and this will be a confidence booster for the rest of the regatta.
Great. Well, they're certainly in amongst the front few. But at the moment, our leaderboard has the poles 888 at the bottom of your screen going out to the right.
For the rest of the regatta.
Great. Well, they're certainly in amongst the front few. But at the moment, our leaderboard has the poles 888 at the bottom of your screen going out to the right.
ahead of the Swedish. They're coming into the finish line here. The Swedes are going to have to make a choice, but I believe that the Poles are going to have a little bit of control over this situation. The Swedes are jiving on top of the Polish, and now it's a matter of whether or not the Swedes can affect the Poles, whether they can affect their breeze. But it doesn't look like they're close enough. The Polish take the victory, and the Swedes are close behind in second place. The Dutch have done a good job of solidifying their third place, and there's a lot of jibe setters behind that Polish team after the traffic kind of cleared out off the start. And here you can see Jo and Molly Meach finishing the race.
Okay, so that is the end of FX racing for this afternoon, but we are going to be bringing you men's 49er Gold Fleet racing. It's the first day of Gold Fleet coming up a little bit later on this afternoon, so stick with it. But for the time being, we are going to go to an interview with Jo Aleh, who not only is an Olympic champion in the 470 and a recent convert to the 49er, but she also is chair of the World Sailing Athletes Council. So let's hear what Jo had to say.
All right, welcome back to the 2022 Worlds for the Nacra 17 49er and 49er FX. And we are here on day 4. We occasionally talk to the sailors about other things that are going on in their lives, sailing related and non-sailing related. But we have Jo Aleh here, Olympic gold medalist from New Zealand. She's a pretty new 49er campaigner, but with Molly Meach, who's sailed these boats a lot and been to the Olympic Games. Jo, we won't talk about the regatta, but we're going to talk about your volunteer work at World Sailing. You are a VP and in the Athletes Commission?
Yeah, so I've been in the Athletes Commission for about 6 years now, and the last 2 years I've been the chair of the Athletes Commission. And so as the chair, I sit on the board of World Sailing. So yeah, I'm a VP at the moment.
Cool. So on the board, and how many VPs are there at World Sailing?
We're 8 on the board, plus the president.
Great. Who's the president right now?
That's Chan Hai Lee. So yeah, he's been the president the last 2 years and got another 2 years of his term.
Awesome. All right. So so now I understand, what your role as the chair of the Athletes Commission puts you as a VP. So let's not talk about what the VPs do. They represent other things going on in the organization. Now I understand, what your role as the chair of the Athletes Commission puts you as a VP. So let's not talk about what the VPs do. They represent other things going on in the organization. Now I understand, what your role as the chair of the Athletes Commission puts you as a VP. So let's not talk about what the VPs do. They represent other things going on in the organization.
actually have the proper say. And also, I mean, obviously all the M&As and the council need to have a voice, but it can be a lot better than it is now. So hopefully we'll get that change this year.
Right, and I remember a big step was when Maria Clark came in as a consultant. She's a Kiwi, I think she was, and gave some recommendations for a better governance structure for decision making, where the expert testimony would have a lot of heavy weight and hard to overrule those kind of things. You know, now that you've been involved with World Sailing for a little bit longer, you're continuing your Olympic campaigning in and around your winging and all the other things you do to keep active and support other communities. In like a couple years, what would you think would be a big step? What would you like to see World Sailing?
Diversity aspect can keep changing. We just bring in some more, some more younger faces. And it has changed already a lot in the sort of 6-8 years I've been a part of it. You know, you used to look around the room and it was, 90% male over 60. And I think there's been some really good changes, but I think the more sort of connection we can get to current sailors.
And like you said, that's really hard because the sailors are in that part of their lives. They're in their 20s, 30s, even 40s, still trying to make that happen and earn a living too.
Yeah,
so
it's not paid. Like everything we do is volunteer, and it's giving our time. And sometimes it takes a lot of time. There's a lot of calls, a lot of meetings, a lot of things to keep on top of. But yeah, I sort of feel like someone has to do it. So I may as well for now, but hopefully I can find some more people to take it over soon.
And I can understand why in the ultimate leadership, being a president or an executive director type, the head of the board, that would be a man or woman who is retired, to have the time and ability to dedicate that much time to it. I understand that, but I guess what you were also talking about the governance structure and having these voices heard, up through the ranks and actually have weight, seems to me that would solve a lot of problems in terms of that, what I started with, having your finger on the pulse of what's going on and actually doing something about it, and having the decisions about equipment or events or any of those things, or even where things are held or what the process is, being more representative of the broader sailing population.
Yeah, and I actually think one big area that there needs to be some gains in is actually the MNAs, the member national authorities, sort of the sailing federations from each country, actually involving their athletes more, because they're the ones who often speak at council at meetings, and I know a lot of the time the athletes from those countries have no idea what's going on or have views differing to their federations.
Right, but they're not speaking up about it.
No, and they often don't know the way through it or that it's even happening. I think as Athletes Commission, obviously we try to bring that, but I also think the responsibility is on each country to try to bring up some youth and some diversity from their own areas.
Cool. Well, last question, and thanks for all your volunteer work, and us sharing what you're working on reminds the athletes that there are these pathways, either in M&As or World Sailing, to have your voice be heard or work as a team to better understand what these challenges are and then actually do something about it. For yourself, I mean, how many years have you been campaigning for the Olympics?
Oh, too many. Don't know if I need to answer, do I? Well, no, I mean, my first Olympics was Beijing. That was a long time ago. I was young then, a bit older now, but still enjoying it. Keep changing classes, keep things interesting.
But you're going to stick with the FX for a little while, right?
Yep, yeah, we're obviously trying to go through to Paris. We're about 7 months in at the moment. And yeah, some good races, some good things, a lot to learn, but yeah, loving the process. And
do you feel like you're a little less stressed out, because of your background, because of your experience? Do you feel like you're a little less stressed out at this World Championship when you fall back a couple places in the rankings and there's still a bunch of racing left?
I think I'm just a lot more able to laugh at myself. I mean, I did get feedback today from another team that they crossed us behind us on the start line and we're just like, what? Because we were just laughing away because, I don't know, Molly had said something. And, I think we're having fun. And I know how important that is now. I've been around long enough to know that, whether it goes good or bad, you still got to be enjoying it because you're doing this because you love it. There's no other reason.
Awesome, and that's got to have some strength to it because you might be thinking more clearly if you're more relaxed.
Hopefully, try again today, eh?
Awesome. Well, Jo, thank you so much, and thanks for all your contributions to World Sailing. So it's something to look up to. And for now, we'll do a couple more of these as the day and the rest of the couple days goes on. So we wish Jo and Molly a lot of luck, and we'll go back to the studio.
Thanks for that, Chris, and thank you, Jo Aleh. I don't know how you can do an Olympic campaign and also be involved in the politics of the sport. I mean, there's enough to occupy one mind just doing a campaign. So big credit to Jo Aleh for for taking on what I think a lot of sailors wouldn't want to touch with the barge pole, which is getting involved in sailing politics.
Yeah, I mean, I think made the mistake at one point in my career of doing the same thing and being the athlete representative on the Canadian board, the Canadian
Was it a
Sailing
mistake?
Board. Well, I mean, it does. It definitely gives you experience on boards, and it's you need good representation. So it's one of those things where it's a matter of whether or not you can separate and that you have the time to do it as well. I'm sure Jo does a great job representing the athletes, and it's really good to have female representation as well. And I think having strong female leaders step up and represent is really important. So whether or not it takes a little bit of a toll on what she's doing, everybody appreciates the time that she does.
No, I'm sure that they do, and I know that I do as well. I mean, it's a bit of a thankless task, but it shows how much she cares about the sport when you're prepared to dig into things at that level. So we wish Jo the best, both in that world and also with her ongoing Olympic campaign in the early stages of 49er FX sailing for the first time with a very experienced crew, which is Molly Meach, Olympic silver medalist from Rio. Nacras, we're not looking at Nacras today, but the team that everyone is talking about is Ruggiero Tita and Caterina Banti, the Olympic champions that are winning pretty much every race of this regatta. We got an interview with them as well. Let's hear what they had to say.
Welcome back to the 2022 Worlds and the Nacra 17 class. We are on day 3, or just finished up day 3, and it was a tricky day today. I wasn't too sure if everyone was foiling all the way around the course today on the Nacra 17, but what I really wanted to talk to you about is on the upwind legs. We saw with Ida and Marcus falling off the foils going into the attack, and it took them a long time, and you wound up passing them coming back up on the foil. So Caterina, how important is it to just stay foiling going into the tack versus in these conditions?
In every condition, as much as you can foil, as much you go fast, as much you keep on distance, no? You go. So it's really a critical point and a really important point to get on foil as soon as possible and to keep foiling as much as possible.
Right. So like kind of a hyper focus. Even like if you're thinking about tacking, still focus on staying foiling the whole time.
I think is one of the most important things in a foiling boat.
And today, was it just a day where you just, like Ida said, she goes, well, it was as simple as, if you decide to foil or not, that decision was the most important part of the day. It wasn't a day where you can foil all the way around the course, was it?
It was not really hard decision. I mean, when you have wind, you can go on the foils. If not, you have to stay displacement. So it's more the hardest part is to find the wind, to find a good pressure and go on the foils. That's the hard part of today.
Awesome. And for both of you, the last question is, you guys are investing a lot of time into the boat. Since the last time I've seen you, you've been probably put in even many more days. But how important is it to spend time away from each other in between regattas? Do you work on that too? Is it important?
I mean, away from each other, you mean that everyone has his life, his and her life,
His own training.
His own training.
Yeah.
I think you should find a balance in everything. What you work for your team, I think there is not like a receipt for everyone. I think there is the right receipt for your team. So you just find the right balance for you and what it works for your team. So we spend a lot of time together. We spend time also by our own. And I think in these years we find our balance.
Awesome. Yeah, it shows you're like hungry to sail together and do your own thing. I know you have a film and a book, so that might take up some of your time. I'm waiting to see your film and your book.
Interesting insights there into Tita and Banti, and giving away a little bit more than I thought they would do about their philosophical approach to how they're attacking the world of upwind foiling, potentially foiling all the way around the race course. And I thought there were smart times yesterday to actively not be foiling, to not try and force the issue. But the way that Caterina's talking, it's like try and foil at all times as much as possible. If anyone else was saying that, I think they were mad.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe she might have meant that, if it's possible to foil, I think inherently they know when they can and can't. So if there's any possibility of foiling, you've got to try, because the speed advantage is so great. But there were clearly times yesterday where, if you tried to foil, you'd just be reaching around the race course. So for us who aren't as familiar with that boat, I think it might be just a given that under a certain wind range, there's really no point in trying, because you never get up.
You were talking to Gabriele Bruni, their very well-respected coach, a great sailor in his own right back in the day in the 49er. He's clearly making a difference to the Italian squad, not just to that team. But tell us some of the insights that you got from talking to him.
Yeah, I had a great conversation with him. He was talking about how he approaches, setting all of the Italian teams up for success in the boat, and so they really rely on time to their the amount of training time they have, and he tries to make training as challenging as physically possible, because racing is challenging and you don't have control over your conditions, and so he tries to throw as much at them as he possibly can.
Okay. Well, we might come back to that a little bit later. We've got just over a minute to the start of the men's 49er Gold Fleet. This is the first race of the Gold Fleet. So we got the best 25 from the competition now all filtered through into this one start line. And currently leading overall, Netherlands won, the reigning world champions, Bart Lambrieux and Floris van der Werken. And in second place, Diego Botin and Florian Trittel from Spain. And big climbers yesterday were New Zealand's Logan Dunning-Beck and Oscar Gunn, New Zealand 45. 45 seconds to go. And Lisa, you have got a good handle on this race course. What were the 49ers have learned from watching the FX competition?
Well, I mean, I think, I'm sure the coaches are talking with each other, and they're talking, about the size of the shifts out here, the difference in pressure, and how long they think the shifts are. So, how much variation there is in the race course. And
I'm a little bit concerned about Netherlands 1. They're one of the late comers to getting in on the line. I think they're going to have to give themselves a port tack start. They're in real trouble. Netherlands 1 on the left of your screen as the fleet is just about to get going. Some boats poked out at the pin end. Good starts for Italy 88 and France 95. Netherlands 1 managed to salvage some kind of port tack start right next to the committee boat. I don't think that was their first choice of start, but at least they have got clear air with Italy 23 just on their windward hip. Lisa, that was a bit of a messy start, I thought. Who do you think is doing well so far?
Yeah, so the boats that won the what was that? France up there on the top, who won the committee boat. The committee boat was a little bit favored, and they do look like they're in a little bit of right phase. They look like those boats are nicely bow up, so that's a really strong position to be in if you can hold your lane and get all the way over to what might be the next shift. I don't know if France could hold their lane, so there they are attacking back over. So we'll see where we haven't. This is the first time we've watched these guys, so we'll see how their lane holding is and their speed is as they move up the race course.
France 16, Erwan Fischer and Clément Pékin, they are the bottom of your screen, and they're setting a very low mode to try and break out into clear air. They won the first race of the World Championships in strong winds. Clément Pékin, one of the tallest in the fleet. I think there's a Chinese sailor in the 49er fleet who is now the tallest, a little bit over 2 meters tall from what I hear. But Clément Pékin, very tall. But in these conditions, in these slightly more moderate conditions, there are plenty of sailors going fast in these conditions. The Dutch making good headway out to the right-hand side. And Croatia 83, one of the picks of the far side, Shime and Miho Fantella, the 2018 world champions. Any patterns emerging for you yet, Lisa?
Yeah, no, not yet. I mean, we've got almost a 50-50 split of boats. There's quite a few boats that have tacked off and are now heading out to the right, as you can see there. The race leaders at this point still look like they're Chinese and Austria, who had really good starts and have not had to tack yet. So we are seeing we're in a little bit of, these boats have been on what I would call a little bit of a right phase, but it does look like at some point, if it clicks back, they're going to have a little bit of an advantage. The boats that are sailing over to the right have been on what I would say is maybe a little bit of a knock. So we'll have to see if we get more right, which it did just click again, or if it does go back again over to the left. And that's really going to favor the British and the Chinese and the Austrians who have not tacked yet. They're all the way over. We've got some speed advantage here over on the boats that we're looking at. We've got the Polish and the boat that's in the front of the screen here is the Dutch, and those boats are sailing really nicely out here to the right hand side. So if they get a nice lane coming back with some nice pressure, they'll definitely be in the hunt.
Looks like the Dutch on the far right of your picture are on a slightly higher line than Poland 7 on their windward hip. The Dutch seem to be trying to climb up to the Polish, but Poland 7, Lukas Cibatek and Jacek Piasecki, they're still managing to hold their own against the reigning world champions. So those two boats going very well out on the right-hand side.
Yeah, so, and then you can see the boats are, I don't know if we can see Poland. Yeah, so just this line of boats, the boat that's all the way to windward, out kind of up at the top of the screen there with the black jib, that's Poland 8, and they're doing nicely on this group, which bodes well for the boats that are all the way over on the left, because they're in a little bit of a lefty from when they started. So I'm just going to scroll out here, and the boats on the left have tacked, and they're up. So that's the Chinese, the British, the Austrians. They're coming back across. So and they're just up on the top of the screen. So it'll be interesting to see how this group comes back. It's going to be, again, just like the FXs, really, really tight when we get into this windward mark rounding. There's not a lot of inches here to give.
Dutch and the Poles tracking each other pretty much boat for boat out to the right-hand side. Just boat speed drag racing out to this side at the moment.
Yeah, so you can see the clump up there way on the top of the screen. That's the left-hand group that's trying to get back in touch with this group over on the right. They are getting close to the ley lines, so interestingly, the men's fleet seems to be taking their steps a little bit earlier than we saw the FXs. The FXs were really going to those far corners in the ley lines, and both these groups, starboard and port, are making a move a little bit earlier than the actual ley line itself. So I think we're going to see a few more maneuvers from this fleet than we did from the FX group.
It looks a little bit lighter as well to me. Do you think the breeze has dropped off at all?
Yeah, we're still reading about 15 knots. The guys have a little bit more power, and so they might be able to drive through the chop a little bit better, which isn't going to kick the boats around quite as much as we might see the FXs do. So that might be one of the reasons why the 49ers look a little bit more quiet in the water.
Okay. Netherlands won in that last shot, just struggling to hold their lane as another Polish boat, Poland 5, Dominik Buksak and Szymon Wierzbicki, tacked pretty much ahead of them. So a bit of struggle there for Netherlands 1 to hold their pace, and they're starting to be dictated to by other boats, which is always a concern on a drag race kind of day like we have at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, like, these boats are really close together. I mean, the top the top group of this fleet are, they're all the way down to the top 10. They're only separated by 10, 20 meters. So it's going to be really, really tight coming into this mark.
Polish going well in this race at the moment. Poland 5 and Poland 7.
Yeah, so we can see it is still clicking back and forth. So a little boats that are able to take a little bit of step when they can. The boats that are sailing into the middle of the race course here and are on starboard are making a few little gains. So the British boat that was all the way over on the left is having to do a little bit of ducking. Wonder if they're stepping themselves a little bit out of phase. So we'll have to see how that works out for them. You can see them there ducking the boats in the middle of the race course. It's looking a little painful for them. They've taken themselves kind of out of the top 10 there.
Right, very easily done. One duck leads to another duck, and before you know it, you're fighting for clear air.
Yeah, and they had nice position. So wondering if not tacking with that group that's now heading out to the left, New Zealand and France, if that might not have been a better idea. The Dutch are doing a really good job of, and the Polish here of just keeping their speed up, and they had some nice patience just to get these nice lanes to come back across towards the mark.
So now things are beginning to close up between left and right. At the moment, it's the Uruguayans, Hernan Umpia and Fernando Dietz, who only just squeezed in to the top 25 in 25th place. So great to see the Uruguayans going so well here from one of the smaller sailing nations, having to do it on their own against some of the bigger nations with squads and with all the sports science and physiotherapy that goes with that. So you don't see it happen very often. So when you see a country like Uruguay do well, it's great to see.
Yeah, so those boats over there, speaking of the Uruguayans, they're getting really close. So that's the 3 boats over there on the top of your screen. They've just tacked over on, they're really driving fast to try and get across these right boats because the whole fleet is on the right of them, and they're on port. So if they can't get They've just tacked over on, they're really driving fast to try and get across these right boats because the whole fleet is on the right of them, and they're on port. So if they can't get points are.
So how are things going around the mark using SAP Sailing Analytics? Who got round that mark in first place?
Yeah, so we saw back with a large group of boats. Here you can see the Dutch and where are the Dutch? The Dutch and some of the other boats who had done a jibe set. They're going, and you can see the tracks for the boats that are ahead of them. There's a large group that did a jibe set, and the Croatians, I think, would have been in big trouble had they not come back and solidified with this group.
Okay, so Croatia 83, the 2018 world champions Šime and Miho Fantella, with closer to our side is Netherlands 1, the reigning world champions from Oman in 2021. So we got some class sailors at the front of this pack, and someone who should have won a world championship by now, maybe, that's Diego Botin in ESP 74. He's certainly sailing well enough this week, and they will be hoping that they're in the frame, along with new crew Florian Trittel, who sailed in the Nacra 17 for Spain at Tokyo 2020 last year.
Yeah, so the Croatians, Fantella and the British, they've done a really nice job of eliminating some risk, and now they're going to be able to jibe right in front of this group that's leading back from the right. Here's the Croatians. You can see them. They've jibed. The Spanish are now jibing, and then we're probably going to see a British jibe here any minute. And now they're going to be leading back to the mark in really nice position. And I think it would have been really costly and really nerve-wracking for them had they not gotten out of that group who straight set around the mark. So beautiful positioning there by that lead group.
What are you thinking for the bottom in terms of which are you going to choose? Which mark are you going to choose and why?
Well, I mean, as we're coming into the mark, they're in quite a big left. This is the leftmost breeze that we've seen in this race for the guys, and so you know, you might want to round that left mark. The issue is that there's so many boats that are coming in from the left. You know, they're all sailing, you know, basically on the shift, that I think you're going to have to eat into that left shift a little bit to get away from the traffic. If you round the right gate right now, you're going to be behind Poland and New Zealand. There's a ton of boats in a track, and you're going to be sailing underneath a lot of kites. So I think there's going to be a lot of rounding the left-hand side gate, looking upwind, and getting away from the traffic, getting out into clear air, and then seeing what your numbers see. Yeah, the breeze is, I think, is actually clicked back just a little bit. You can see that they just went up again, and so they might be taking. Yeah, see, now they're going right. We had a big right shift for them just as they're rounding that mark. So I think they're going to go and back and get into that right.
Okay, so that could be good for Croatia, but it's been a really good run for USA 4 for Barrows and Henken. Going around the opposite mark to the Croatian leaders of this race.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like where Barrows and Henken went. There's a lot less traffic, and they're going to have a lot of clear air. So, you know, if they can get out there, they look like they're on a better line, and they're a little bit higher than the other boats who have rounded the other mark. And so, you know, establish your position, establish a little bit of a gain, and then maybe go back and eliminate some leverage. So we'll see what they choose to do with the Spanish behind them. The Spanish have done exactly that, and they've tacked back across behind the kites, so now they don't have any traffic as they go across. And we'll see if the Americans do the same.
So they have tacked with most of the traffic having gone past, but all those kites going down the middle of the course, can that create a bit of a vacuum? Do they sort of suck all the dynamism out of the air at that leeward gate? You have to be careful with that.
Yeah, and also, like, you know, even though these boats are planing, they still create some wake. So there's a lot of chop. There's a lot of disturbed air, and you know, I think it is costly to go behind the whole fleet like that. And there was pretty much 80% of the fleet was over there on that side. You can see the Americans have now tacked over, and I think that's a gainer for them. You know, they're now it's now looking like they're in third place. They haven't quite taken over the lead, but they're in a nice position, and now they're in the middle of the race course. So they can really choose what they want to do as they approach the other boats, and as those boats over on the right tack.
Yeah. Now, you're used to sailing slower boats like the radial, and your tack loss is minimal, and obviously you're less tempted to get out to ley lines. Do you have any sympathy for the boats that do just keep on ploughing out to one side of the course? We're seeing the Dutch go out of picture, going pretty hard left. Are you surprised to see them not tack like the Americans, or do you think there's good reason for that?
No, I mean, as far as I think any Olympic sailing, lasers are slower, but we also have a lot more boats on the race course, so there's a lot more traffic, and you don't want to sail into traffic. So, a good beat in almost any Olympic fleet is, between 3 to 5, maybe 7 tacks. And I think, with the skiffs, if you're tacking more than 5 times, you're in trouble. For sure. And those 3 tackers, and the Chinese showed you in the FX a 1 tacker. If you pick a good side, and or if it's dead even, that's a money strategy. So I mean, you've got to sail with conviction. And I think you see the Dutch, they just wanted, I think, a little bit more leverage. They're not making bad decisions. Because they look like they're a little bit up, and it looks like maybe they're in a little bit of pressure. We don't have the drone shots, so we can't really see what the race course looks like, but they still look like they're in a strong position. To me, it looks like on the tracker and here, the Dutch, the Americans, and the Croatians and the Spanish are almost bow even. So I like the position of the Americans specifically, but I don't think the Dutch have made a huge mistake at all.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it is pretty steady breeze out there with everything else considered. How much is tide and current a consideration out there?
How much is, sorry?
Tide and current.
Right now, I think with 15 knots of breeze, 16 knots of breeze, it's not as much as it could have been potentially yesterday. And there's not a lot of depth change or there won't be a lot of current, I don't think, change on this race course specifically. On some of the shallower race courses, closer to the big bays, like race course C, there definitely will be some current, but this one I think is much more even across the race course. So you may be looking at things like ley lines, start, might be a little bit harder, especially if the current's going on their nose to get to the start line. But I don't think there's much of a play of current side to side on the race course here.
Okay. Now, who do you reckon are making the good gains at the moment? I'm wondering about how the Italians, for example, are doing. It seems to be jumping around a lot from what I'm seeing. So maybe this is almost feels like they're on a first beat.
Yeah, I mean, just like I said earlier, the lead group is very bow even, so I haven't really had a chance to take a look at the speeds. I'm sure there's some speed differential in some of these guys at the front of the fleet, but it is just as the breeze shifts, it's flipping back and forth between the boats. Who's got leverage and who doesn't, and again, it's that patience. Getting a good lane and really making sure that you're tacking in something that's going to last for a worthwhile amount to tack.
Okay, so Croatia looks like they've just tacked and onto the starboard ley line. It could even be. So it could be that the Fantellas have considered doing a 1-tacker like we were just talking about. We'll have to see if it works out that way. But Shimei and Miho Fantella, they're certainly smart sailors, and they're not averse to taking more complex approaches to the race course when they need to. But it seems like they're keeping it super simple this time.
Yeah, and I think they're definitely sailing fast. So they've almost sailed the same line as the Spanish and the British, who are on their hip, but they're sailing quite fast. So. Sometimes speed can make you look really smart as well. So, they're clearly confident in their positioning, and they're sailing really fast, working their lane hard.
Yeah, and those brothers, they've obviously known each other all their lives as well. There's a really good connection between them. But funny enough, they were on they're on different Olympic campaigns for a lot of their career. Šimej Fantella sailing with Ihor Marinic in the 470, winning Olympic gold in 2016, and Miho doing RSX campaigning on the windsurfer. But now sailing together, the brothers had some early success in 2018, winning the World Championships. And will Šimej be one of the first ever to win a gold medal in a 470 and a 49er? That would be quite something.
Yeah, I mean, talk about being adaptable and having a wide skill set. So, yeah, we can see here that this whole front group is very bow even, and they're all staying very well in phase. So there's a little bit of leverage difference between the Dutch boats there. You can see that just did a little bit of a better job holding their line. The New Zealanders and the Dutch are having a little bit of a battle over there in the middle left, and but they're all are pretty well bow even between the Croatians, the Spanish, and the Dutch. The Americans may have a little bit of a speed disadvantage. They've lost a little bit coming back across, but again, they're definitely all in touch, and they'll be very close when they round that windward mark.
Looking at those positions on the map, who would you want to be right now? Do you want to be Croatia overstood, or do you want to be a little bit further over?
Yeah, I like the position even of the Spanish. I feel like they've played it really well. It looks like they're high. They're in a little bit of a right shift, but if it goes back at all left, they've got a little bit of room to play to take a little bit of a shift back to get to the windward mark. The Croatians are all the way over on the ley line, so if it stays right, it's going to go their way for sure. But the Spanish are in a really nice spot there for sure.
And GBR 284 on the far left-hand side of our screen, well overstood on the ley line for Chris Taylor and Ros Hawes, but still looking pretty good for the Brits over there as well, lying in 16th place at the moment overall.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens, as people start to tack, that number for the Brits might look a little bit better. And yeah, there they are. They're ranked fourth by my call, coming in there on the ley line. So it looks like it's staying right. It's actually gone a little bit more right. So the Croatians and the Brits are looking pretty smart right now.
Okay, so they gambled hard on that right-hand side, and it's looking like it's going to pay nicely for the Fantella brothers, followed by Taylor and Hawes from Great Britain.
Yeah, and again, because of we can't see the water right now. When these athletes round the mark and they see pressure fills usually come with the shift, so they may be seeing things on the water that are indicating to them that there's more coming and that there's something there to wait for, and that's usually where they make those decisions to go with conviction out to a side.
And it looks like Croatia has done a jibe set.
Yeah, and that was a big righty that they rounded in, so that's not a surprising call by them.
Okay, followed by the Brits, who are also going into a very early jibe set, but it was Spain who were round in second. They've done the straight set, but Croatia are looking pretty good from this sort of virtual bird's eye view. Croatia's decision for the early jibe set looks like a good one right now.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised that the Spanish boat didn't jibe set because of the size of that shift. But I think again they might have been trying to avoid traffic and get a little bit more separation. But I wouldn't be surprised if there we go. I was just about to say I wouldn't be surprised if I see an early jibe, and I think that was just a decision on separating from traffic before they decided to go back over into the shift.
So how long will Netherlands 1 wait before they do a similar thing, or are they going to chance something different, carrying on with the straight set on starboard jibe?
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Again, we can't see the pressure on the water, so we don't know if they're seeing something that's going to make them want to stay a little bit more.
And if you're wondering why we're not looking at live images at the moment, it's because we have internet connection problems. It's something we're going to try and solve, but we are going to. We're not going to cover the next two races live, but if you want to watch them, then you can click on 49er.org and click the SAP Sailing logo, and you can follow through SAP Sailing Analytics, which is what Lisa's been using to analyze the races. So you can keep on watching today. We're going to be working hard on the internet connection and hope that we're fully back up and running for tomorrow and for the final day's racing on Monday.
Here we go,
We've
some
got an image
drone
back.
shots. That's nice. So now you can see there's some nice pressure on the right-hand side. You can see that just above the black kites there, and that's what the Croatians and the British who are there with the black kites have seen and wanted to jibe into and get into that pressure.
Vantella's just going into a jibe onto starboard, and you can see they've got a pretty healthy lead there right now, followed by the other black kite of the British, Taylor and Hawes.
Yeah, so the Croatians there are coming up to the Polish, who did round in second place, I believe, when they rounded the mark. The British behind the Croatians were third. So we'll see if that choice of straight set and an early jibe has made any gains or losses for the Polish boat coming back from the center of the race course.
So what's the wind speed right now? Is it still holding up around 14 knots?
Yeah, it's dipped down a little bit. We had, as they were rounding the mark, we had up to 13, 14, and it's come back down to about 12. So it's a little bit lighter here. You can see that there's more pressure at the windward mark, and it's just a little bit lighter down here at the leeward mark. It's really tight between the behind these Croatians, between the Polish and the British, but the Croatians are really doing a great job of stepping away from the rest of the fleet and coming in here to the leeward mark. Yeah, there's a shot of the boats behind. There's the British with the black kite, and the Polish with the blue kite. The Spanish with the blue kite, who have just rounded, who just jibed on top of them. So that's a real battle for second place. And then we've got the Dutch, who did that long straight set, and they're actually going to come into the shot here in a second. And Ned 1 is in a strong spot coming in here, coming in hot, I think, with some pressure to get them back in the race.
Right, okay, so smart move by Netherlands 1 to hold on a little bit longer on that side of the race course and right back in the hunt for second place. It doesn't look like anyone's going to take the win away from Croatia, but it looks like Netherlands 1 might actually have snuck in front of Spain 74 and GBR 284.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think I think they waited for a little bit more of something out there and really tacked or jibed in a nice angle, and they'll solidify this lead by jibing in front of these guys and getting right on the ley line there to the ley line.
Yeah, so Vantella's just about to cross the finish line on port jibe. Cross goes the Black Jenica for the race win. That's race 1 of the Gold Fleet Finals. Now the race for second place in this race. On the right-hand side, it's the interlopers, Netherlands 1. Are they going to be able to take second place away from the Spanish with the blue kite that have just jibed? And yes, Netherlands 1 takes second place. So really good final run sail by them, followed by Spain, followed by Great Britain, 284.
Behind them, we've got the Polish there with the black kite, and then the New Zealanders with the red kite, with the blue kite, and then coming up behind them is Spanish Boten and Trittle with the red kite finishing. Oh no, that's the Danish.
Yes,
sorry,
I think
apologies.
That's the Danish. Yeah, the Boten and Trittle were third across the line, and some pretty big gaps coming up after this red kite crosses the line.
Oh, there's the Danish. And then here we've got here we've got USA 4, Barrows and Heineken. They were the first boat there to round the. They
had a drop back, didn't they?
Yeah.
I mean, they were really fighting for the top 3 at one point. and looking really good round the leeward gate, but they really dropped back in the second half of that beat.
Yeah, it looks like they were either out of the pressure, they had a little bit of speed issues in the middle half of that upwind, for sure. Yeah. So you can see there's a little bit of a battle here for in the
Yeah, go ahead.
middle of the race course. We've got I think these guys.
Lefebvre and Pelsmakers were just behind Barrows and Henken, with Buksak and Wijbicki from Poland. New Zealand 18, McCarty and Mackenzie in the teens. Fisher and Pecan, Ruel Amoros from France. And should also mention that Tom Burton, the laser Olympic champion from 2016, made the cut for Gold Fleet. So this is his first ever World Championship, and he's straight into a Gold Fleet.
Yeah, pretty impressive transition for Tom Burton. His first season in the boat, you know, brand new to this fleet, and he's already making Gold Fleet cuts at a World Championship. So
Yeah.
very, very impressive, and I'm sure there's going to be some big things from that team coming up.
Yeah, well, let's see. I mean, it's such a big shift, isn't it, from sailing single-handed in a laser to sailing double-handed in a team with a planing skiff. But so far, so good for Tom Burton.
Yeah, and you can see the last couple boats coming across. The Uruguayans in the yellow kite there, bringing in the rear of the Gold Fleet. But we've got to remember that there are two fleets behind them. So you know, if you envision another 60 boats almost behind them, they're still doing pretty well in this regatta, and they had some nice moments in this race.
Well, they did. I mean, let's remember that this boat from Uruguay was actually leading the race for a while, but they are maybe they sailed out of their skin to get into the Gold Fleet. They're perhaps going to struggle now that they're in the Gold Fleet, but they're not going to regret that for one moment. It's all really good experience for them. So there are the overall standings after the first race of Gold Fleet finals. Lambriax and Van der Werken, second place right at the last gasp of that race, keeps them in first overall with a 6-point buffer on the Spanish, who were third in the race. Dunningbeck and Gunn, also pretty good comeback from them during the course of that race. They maintain their third position. Pantella's closed the gap on the top three with a race win. McCarty and Mackenzie from New Zealand holding fifth place overall. Bildstein Hussel from Austria in sixth. From Poland, Buksak and Wijbicki in seventh. Germany's Meggendorfer and Spranger in eighth. 9 is Wen and Liu from China, and in 10th is Fisher and Pecan. So we got a very international setup there. I don't know if we have any repeat countries in there. I think we got 2 Kiwis in there.
Yeah, 2 Kiwis. And, you know, just looking at the point spread there, you know, there's a little bit of a spread between the top 4 and the rest of the field. But the rest of the field, I think, was within 10 points of each other. So, man, oh man, it's going to be tight racing for the rest of this Gold Fleet.
Yeah, and there's plenty of other races to go. We've got 16 races, and then we got the medal race on Monday. But with the problems that we've had with technology, apologies for that today. Thanks for sticking with us. We hope to bring you better tomorrow for the continuation of our coverage of the 49er FX Nacra 17 World Championships here in Nova Scotia. Thank you to Lisa Ross. Thanks to Chris Musler out in the boat park. From me, Andy Rice, that's all for today, and we look forward to seeing you for the action tomorrow. See you then.
See you tomorrow.
We are happy to race the next days, and we are looking forward to the World Championship and give it all.
Everyone is super friendly. We can race in great conditions.
Oman Sail for bringing this event to Oman.
Good luck for everyone for this week.
Welcome back to Oman. It all comes down to the next 2 hours of racing. We've got 3 medal races to look forward to in the 49er, 49er FX and Nacra 17 World Championships 2021. Hi, my name's Andy Rice, and with Chris Musler and Nora Ruskula, we are going to be bringing you the action from these final 3 medal races, each expected to last around 20 minutes or so. It's the top 10 boats from each of those fleets. They're going to be racing it out in a double points, non-discardable race. Nora, the medal race, does it come with some extra nerves, would you say?
Definitely comes with some extra nerves, especially the boats that want to, match race a specific boat.
Okay, so we need to watch out if there will be any match racing. We thought there might be some match racing going on between the top 2 in the 49er, but then there was a protest just in the last hour. There was a port starboard incident downwind when the Dutch were trying to get across the front of the Danish team, didn't manage to execute, had to jibe back, and by the time they were getting in the way of the Danes, who then successfully protested them. This resulted in disqualification for the team that have been leading this World Championship for the last few days, and it now relegates Bart Lambrieux and Floris van der Werken down to second place, and they should have been going in 2 points ahead. They're now going in 8 points behind the new leaders, Tim Fischer and Fabian Graf from Germany. This is a disaster for the Dutch, surely, isn't it, Chris?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they've been sailing so strong all week, and absolutely, almost flawless sailing. They've been behind, and they've been just very quickly working just very slyly through the fleet. But I think they have extra modes. I know it probably hurts because everything means a lot to these sailors. This is a world championship. It's the first world championships since Tokyo, and there are no former world champions in this fleet. So if I would say that this team is, relaxed and not worrying about that, I'd be wrong. I think they're really upset probably about that result, but they're champions. We'll see how much champions they are today.
Well, they've got a bit of a mountain to climb. They've got 8 points gap. That means 4 places on the race course that they've got to put between themselves and the Germans, who they need to have some way behind them. And then the team that initiated that protest they're up into 3rd place overall. That's Frederik Rask and Jakob Precht Jensen. They're 8 points back on the Dutch, who they protested. So that's closed the gap between silver and bronze, and that does give the Danes an opportunity to go on the attack again on the Dutch. But again, it is a 4-point gap that they're going to need to pull back on the race course. And sitting outside of those guys, just outside the medals at the moment, but still with a chance of getting into the medals, are the likes of USA 84, Ian Barrows and Hans Henken. It would be a long time since the USA won a medal at a World Championship in the 49er, I reckon.
I can't think that far back, unfortunately, for our country. But one thing I do know is that Ian Barrows and Hans Henken, I've been speaking with Ian every single day, what a relaxed and positive guy he is. And Hans is very quiet but very deliberate crew member. And, they only dropped, what's their throwout race?
It was a 22nd in the final race,
22nd in the final race. Until then, their throwout race was a 13.
Yeah.
So, but still, really...